7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. He goes by the name Jackie Papers with you on the presentation. 101 ESPN. Doug Vaughn caught in traffic. And Martin, I hear tell that there is a big accident.
I saw a tweet from Captain Roger Brand this morning that there was an accident 270 and 40. That's right there, major intersection. And I saw the tweet, didn't affect me. And then Doug texted the group and said, going to be late, stuck on 270. Now he's stuck on Ballas. So thoughts and prayers to Doug Vaughn as he travels into the show.
So Doug will be here, just running late today. I would imagine he would tell us that he is going to be good for us today because, Martin, the Cardinals are coming. Tra-la. Brendan Donovan last night with the Jim Dandy coming off the bench for both the Cardinals and the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club as I go heads up with Charlie Marlowe, not Charlie Marlowe AI. And even though the Seamen are going to the playoffs, it's a battle of pride for two hardcore fantasy competitors. Thank you, Brendan Donovan, for the Cardinals and the Southside Seamen.
So, local sports guys, today what you do is you pull a clip of Kirk Gibson limping to the plate.
Oh, my.
And you say, we've had our Gibson moment. Here it is on August 11th, the moment that turned it all around. Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy. He is scrappy. Went down and got it with 2 strikes. All of that being true, Tim, I'm concerned that at 8:27 last night, there was a text, and it simply said, Papers, this is your fault. And I have no idea what it means. It's from Mason Wynn's oven mitt. 8:27.
Oh, I have not.
It says, Papers, this is your fault. And I have no idea.
Yeah, Mason Wynn's oven mitt did send in a text saying, Papers, this is your fault. Mason Wynn's oven mitt, please call in 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you can blame Jackson for whatever it is that you did at 8:27.
I'm trying to think of the game because Mikolas was pitching really well. Bad break.
No, into the 5th, 6th.
So
either way.
Jackie, did you go live with a no-hit update on your Instagram?
No.
I assumed you didn't.
Jackson's social media activity is just a tick above mine.
Yeah, I ain't going live.
So that's the first, as I sat down here at the dais, that's the first thing I saw, and I laughed, and then I thought, I wonder what it means.
Yeah, what were you doing?
No idea.
You said, I got a take to get off my chest.
No.
We'll get some calls, but first this.
I don't know what there could be to blame. Like, Cardinals won.
I know, but Papers, this is your fault.
At 8:27, the game
Maybe
was still,
things had gone sideways.
things were probably still hanging in the balance.
But even if the Cardinal game had gone sideways, why would it be your fault?
Oh, so many reasons. But I can't name you one exactly.
Clip that off.
Well, Papers, this is your fault. The Cardinals are back in it. They're 3 back in the wild card.
If it's my fault that they're winning, then I'll take it.
It's your fault that they're winning.
Oh, well, then there you go. Give Jackson credit. Call in to give Jackson credit. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, or you can text in the credit. Whereas Mason Wynn, his oven mitt, went after him last night at 8:27. We still don't know the context. The number to text that in is 314-399-9646, brought to you by Air Comfort Service. And then 100 friends have already gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Just open up the YouTube app, type TMASTL, and the next thing you know, you can subscribe to the podcast. 6,050 friends have done so. And watch the program live or go back and podcast it like the Dickens, kind of like I do with Tron Carter. Martin, that's Tron Carter. Dave Chappelle character from Chappelle's Show, namesake of a No Laying Up podcast host who loves Tommy Fleetwood. And that's how I go back and I watch shows. That's how I do it these days. So you can do that with TMA and any of the 101 ESPN programs. Jackson, tell the people about the Stiefel dossier on August 12th, 2025, as this market is buzzing about the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals, LLC.
We'll be talking Cardinals.
Sounds like we'll be clearing the deck.
That is me being walked out on the plank. That is, I am out in the middle of the ocean.
What you do, okay, Jackaroo, what you do is you look ahead. John Mozeliak is scheduled to join us 10 a.m. on Wednesday.
How about that?
So you just kind of move it forward.
How about that?
And I had asked him to come by the studio. I thought that'd be kind of fun. Well, I had asked that.
Oh, I really wanted that.
Well, I did. I thought it'd be better. Those visits are better. They're not in the drive-thru at Starbucks. They're not giving somebody the finger at the light. I'm sorry.
You get 2 segments out of them when they come in studio.
Yes. So I thought that would be preferred. And I wouldn't rule it out yet this season. But he said, how about 10 a.m. on Wednesday? And the question had been phone or studio. So when he said 10 a.m. Wednesday, I said, phone? Question mark. And he said, seeing as we have a game, yes. And I'm like, I knew they had a game, but he picked the time, and I had asked for either. So he'll be over the phone on Wednesday. So then Jackson later in the week, Matt Holliday, Joey Vitale, a full week of great guests, and who knows, maybe a surprise. All of these things on deck. Don't focus on today. Focus on the big picture.
Will do. That's
There you
good.
go.
Or you just be like, Frank, okay, we have a terrific show today. And you just kind of like lean into your radio in the car. We're going to take some calls and some texts, and we've got audio from the Cardinal game last night. We'll get to all of that. And you're like, wait a minute.
Right.
They
It's not
made a great
what you're
show.
selling, it's how you sell it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Dress it up.
That's good. Well, I'm not classically trained, so this is like school.
This is like school, Tim.
Well, here, let me school you, Papers. The Cardinals are 3 games back of a playoff spot and 1 game back of the Reds, who lost last night to the Phillies. The Cardinals coming back against the Rockies as Brendan Donovan comes off the bench and delivers. Here is the call of Brendan Donovan's go-ahead 2-run double in the 8th inning, where they trail the Colorado Rockies.
Line to right. Johnny comes through. 1 run scores. Here comes the JC. Pop's going to wave him. He's around third. Here's the throw. Late. Donovan to third. He's got a pinch hit triple, and the Cardinals have the lead. Oh, baby, what a big hit. Brendan Donovan does it again.
Friend of the show, Brad Thompson, who joined us on Monday. He
That's
joins
right.
us every Monday, Paper. So you just got to keep
9:30.
working that in, okay?
Okay. I'm going to write this down.
Martin, did you think that the Rockies right fielder Tyler Freeman was rather laissez-faire? Oh, you did. Papers, you're agreeing with me.
Yeah. Little
Very casual.
37 games out of first place-esque.
I mean, let me tell you. So I try to give it the perspective from the other side of things. If I were a Cardinal fan and that were the Cardinal right fielder, and you're up by a run, you know the tying run's going to score. I was really surprised that the runner from first was able to score, JC, because I'm like, okay, it's to the right fielder's right there. So not only was it a casual jaunt to the baseball in the corner, he also kind of casually took some time. And I'm not saying this was intentional. I'm just saying it would piss me off if that were the Cardinals and I saw that happening. I mean, listen, as a fan of the Cardinals, great. But I was thinking, okay, they'll have runners most likely at second and third and a tie game. God bless America. But then as I saw him go to the ball and then kind of double pump before throwing it, I thought, I think the Cardinals are going to score, but only because this guy is, treating it like a Monday night softball game in a corporate league.
Yeah, and he was running out there to right field like it was Fenway Park and the ball's just going to roll to him after hitting the wall. Like, no, the ball's going to bounce further to the foul line. I've seen that happen multiple times in right field this season. Like,
I think the initial thought, huge hit, exciting moment, and I think most people thought, boy, play at the plate, maybe.
Yeah.
You kind of wonder, boy, this is going to be close.
Stays on first.
Wasn't even close. Tyler Freeman, he is from Rancho Cucamonga,
Really?
California. Cucamonga, Rancho Cucamonga.
That's a fun clearing the
Isn't
deck
it?
segment. Most fun U.S. towns.
We just stumbled in.
Fun U.S.
Boy, the dossier
town
just
names.
got beefed up.
Stiefel dossier.
Rancho Cucamonga. What do we have, Jackson? Most, and then you stumble
Most
for a
fun
second.
U.S.
Most
town
fun
names.
U.S. town names.
Walla
Okay.
Walla, Washington, automatically.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, I like that play, too.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, Mason Wynn's oven mitt might have watched a movie that he hated that you might have given a high grade. That's from the 314. And so when he sent the text that we don't know the context of at 8:27 last night that said, Papers, this is all your fault, he was watching a film that you recommended. Perhaps Wes Anderson picture.
I can't speak to that. Nor, if you're going to give me no context and also text in 10 hours before we're on the air live, you can't expect me to know at all what you're talking about. So I'm just going to consider it credit for the Cardinal win. And until I hear otherwise, that's what I'm doing.
Cardinals were trailing at 8:27 last night.
You'd have to think.
I'm assuming
So big W for me.
But I don't know what you would have been to blame for regarding the Cardinal game. I'm trying to
did Pajas strike out or something around 8:27 in my pursuit of all catchers all the time?
Miles Mikolas was on the mound. He had been on the show.
He got a TMA bump.
TMA bump
All
was
day.
more than present.
Get into the 7th.
No hitter through 5 1/3. That Nolan Gorman at third, a little bit of a concern. Timmy was a third baseman. They made him into a second baseman. He became, I'd say, serviceable at second, decent. Now he's back at third. It's as if he's never played third before.
Yeah, not much
So
there.
we took a guy, we moved a guy. He's like, okay, cool, I don't really play third anymore. No. Now you play third, and it feels as if we're starting over. Kind of an issue. But that Kyle Lay, I have to say, when he would pitch over the last year plus, I thought, hey, you watch enough games, you have kind of a blink when they come in. You say, hey, he's just a guy. Nice enough. He'll be one of those guys back and forth for a while, Memphis. This season, you're like, you know what? It's that Boston Red Sox account that does the circle of trust for their bullpen, and they constantly move guys in and out of the circle of trust. Lay's been in that inside the bubble for a long time, for all season. Might have a little blip here and there, but he's been really good.
Jackson is still rattled by yesterday's 10 o'clock hour. Also, is Jackson wearing sparkles today? Sparkles? What are sparkles? I know sparklers. That's a wonderful 4th of July, the stick that you'd wave around when your parents wouldn't let you fire off, take your pick of whatever explosives.
Sure.
It's the G-rated firework.
Correct.
Dad doesn't want you to lose an index finger at age 7.
I don't think my father was really involved in the conversation. Probably more of a mom thing. My dad was probably
Give me that, matey. Who
case
gives a crap?
of Bush beer into the holiday.
I think the person meant glitter more so than sparkles. And I have told a story about wearing glitter before, but this is not that.
Sorry?
This is.
I think that was a 10 o'clock hour anecdote, Martin. You were at onboarding.
Yeah. It's just,
You wore glitter at one point?
long story short.
No. Hey, you never have to apologize for a story because what you're doing there subconsciously, you're telling the audience it doesn't matter. No. This story matters. You
I
matter.
do matter.
you
I
go.
do matter.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, it isn't my fault,
Robin
Sean.
Williams died 11 years ago yesterday. Think about
Really?
that. Nope.
Got it. Still
On the
missing.
11th.
I once wore self-tanner to a first date, not realizing that the self-tanner had glitter in it. The mirror in my bathroom wasn't the best lighting, so I couldn't tell. And so when I arrived, the person I was going on the date with asked, "Why are you covered in glitter?" And instead of being honest and telling the person that I'm self-conscious and wore self-tanner, I told them I had just got back from the strip club.
Huh. How'd that date go?
Poorly. There was no second date.
Poorly.
Yeah. So that person, I think,
So
meant
you
to.
thought, instead of just saying, hey, I tried to self-tan, you thought, I'll tell this girl that I just met, hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just at the strip club. You thought that was a better thing to say than self-tanning.
that was the better alternative.
Right. Well, I had to think on my feet, and it was a lunch date too. So theoretically, I had just got back and not showered. So yeah, rough.
And
I
not
think that
showered.
What
person.
time was the date?
It was a 12:30.
Oh, a lunch date.
Yeah, well, a
Look at
lunch
you.
date. Yeah, well,
Very divorcee of you.
it was a great lunch spot that I wanted
Brios.
to go to.
She was 50.
So you had been there up all night? That's what you're implying. Like if
Yeah,
I
for
just rolled
sure.
in,
Yeah.
I've been at the Stag Bar. I either was up all night or I was enjoying myself so much with the White Horse that I stayed up and I left there at 12 to meet you here.
Right. Either way, no shower. So just not what you want.
All right, since we're all in on this anecdote, how did she respond when you said, no big deal, just came from the strip club, and you never met this girl? How did she respond to that?
It was kind of like a look of someone, someone who like sees something like kind of. She just moved on. It was like okay, and then just moved on.
Okay.
And I think in her mind she was like, "This is the last time I'll
Did you
see
think
this
the
sparkly
whole
gentleman."
lunch, this is toast? Did you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Once I spat, I was like, Jesus, Jackson, stupid.
And
What
then
are you
for
gonna
lunch,
do?
you just ordered like a piece of toast. Let's just keep it simple.
Oh, Balkan Treat Box is amazing.
Oh, I went to Balkan Treat.
Yeah, right
Box. There
across
you
from
go.
the old KFNS studios.
Yeah, no loss.
8045 Big Bend Road.
New
Think about it.
clearing the deck segment. I love you, Jackson, but and then we kind of go through mistakes.
Some of my transgressions over life.
Yes.
Regrets. I I've had a few. Are we harmonizing? I didn't know we were going to do a little harmonizing. You hear that, Martin? It was a vibrato. You can call it and harmonize with us. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And then talk it over with other friends who have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Now we're up to 160 friends. They're tuning in. They're fired up about this Cardinal team. Or are they? Local news. I'm really curious what you individually feel about where things are, because the team is 2 games over 500. They're 3 games back of a wild card. And are you truly excited? Or are you going, yeah, I don't really care. I'm out. It doesn't matter. I talked about, at a minimum, what the attendance would look like for last night's festivities. The official number, Martin, 20,836. I'm trying to get a gauge by going to people individually where the fan base is on the state of the Cardinals on August 12th, 25, because 2 games over 500 in a vacuum, I can't imagine would excite people. If you would have been told that, say, when they were getting ready to take the field against the Minnesota Twins in March to open up the season, that on August 12th, 2025, that they were 2 games over 500, I think the majority of TMA listeners would go, oh, that's surprising. It's not great, but considering what the expectations and the conversation around St. Louis and Cardinal fans was at that time, I think 2 games over 500 would have been considered above expectation, but I don't necessarily think it would have enthused people. I think where the enthusiasm may come from, if there is energy around the team from the fan base, it's that they've beaten the Dodgers 2 of 3 and beaten the Cubs 2 of 3. And then you carry that over to beating an historically bad team in the Rockies. But with the Yankees coming up and watching the teams ahead of you, particularly the Reds and Mets, fall, that you go, okay, well, I guess it can happen, even though I've seen some great baseball around St. Louis, and this isn't one of those teams. So I'm curious where people are at this moment.
As far as buying into, like, this year having a chance, you mean? Like, I don't have any expectations for this year. I mean, it's kind of nice, but you're still 2 games over 500, you know. If they play in October, wildly surprising, that'd be great. I think right now...
It's a windfall and you're free rolling.
I think right now I'm just watching the games. You want to be entertained, because even though less people go to the games, that's obvious, most people are still paying attention. And so if you're following a team, you'd rather not see them lose all the time. I mean, imagine tuning into a Rockies game. Why would you? So if you're a Cardinals fan, you want to see something entertaining. Last night was an entertaining game. For a minute, you're thinking, oh, my God, can't even beat the freaking Rockies. How can you lose to these guys? I saw some stats. Their August bullpen ERA was over 9.
Oh.
Their August bullpen hitters were 356 off the Colorado bullpen.
Nice.
So you're thinking, how are they going to lose to these guys? So I think largely you want to be entertained, but I'm also looking at next year. So you're watching Gorman at bats a little more than you normally would, or a Walker at bat. You're trying to see, hey, who's going to be any good next year? So I'm more invested, I think, in who should stick around.
Yeah, I mean, if you were very pro-seller ahead of the deadline, it would make sense why you'd want the team to kind of fall off and, like, cement their position. But at this point in the season, guys playing well is only a positive, I would think.
So that's the thing. I think that sums it up really nicely for where I am. There is. I don't think anyway, but I'm open to hearing otherwise, whether it be from you guys or from our listeners. Call in, text in. John Mozeliak's leaving. So I think for people, for a handful of however many years, whether you want to go back to the teens or this goes back a couple of years, that's happening. There is no trade deadline. That's already happened. And so at this point, I don't know, unless you really want Ali Marmol out, I don't know what losing accomplishes. Because I do think a unique dynamic that has gone on in the market, Martin, for, I guess I would have to say a few years would be disingenuous. I just think it feels like a few years, because the truth is 3 years ago they were leading the division and Albert Pujols had captivated the baseball world. And the Cardinals were coming off a trade deadline in which they acquired Jordan Montgomery and Jose Quintana. That was 3 years ago. But 2023 was so bad. 2024 was so bad. You had the announcement of the press conference 2025 and trying to trade Nolan Arenado and not being able to do that. An absolutely abyss of a free agency in the offseason that it may feel like longer. But the truth is 3 years ago they won the division. That people were torn because they considered themselves Cardinal fans, but they disliked the way the organization was doing business so much that they may have wanted to see them fail to expedite turnover in the front office. And so it was like being a fan of the United States of America, but hating a person in office. And take your pick of which direction you want to go with that. But I know that's been going on around here over the last couple of decades. And I think from the position of Cardinal fans, I think that identifies a number of people's mindsets in 2023 and 2024. I don't like John Mozeliak, so I don't want to see the team win. I don't like Ali Marmol, so I don't want to see the team win. I want to see the DeWitt spend more money, so I don't want to see the team win. Well, at this point, all of those boxes, minus the Marmol one, aren't going to change. John Mozeliak is leaving. The DeWitts, barring something that is going far, far, far under the radar, are not selling.
Word on the street, however, Mike Shannon, famous.
I was about to say, I'm like, oh my God, we have.
Well, there's always gossip and rumors. No, Mike Shannon on the Cardinal broadcast. Word on the street, they're looking to sell. Excuse me? Excuse me?
So with that established, it's like there's nothing. I mean, why not?
So what do you gain by rooting against the team?
That's what I'm asking, and I'm not challenging people, because people are welcome to handle things however they want. But at this point, hey, why not? You know, I mean, again, we have been so lucky in St. Louis. I guess you can go back to the beginning of the DeWitt ownership group, but a lot of the 96 was certainly an outlier when you look at that roster, that they were a win away from the World Series and beating one of the greatest teams in the Atlanta Braves to do so. And then 97, 98, 99 was more about Mark McGwire. But you go to 2000, we have seen some incredible baseball teams. This is not one of them. I don't think this is one that I would put in the top 20 of those teams if we're going back to 2000. But baseball has created a format in which being 2 games over 500 allows you to have an opportunity to get into the postseason. And so here you are in the middle of August, and you've got a shot. You're playing against a team that, you know, barring a big surprise, you're going to win at least one of the next 2 games. And you get the New York Yankees coming to town, and it's at home. So, hey, you got nothing to lose. That's what I'm asking.
And it's not like the NBA or the NFL where you want your team to tank because you're so focused on a draft pick. In baseball, you largely don't think about the draft, so it doesn't matter. You're not hoping they tank. I think in football, if your team wins their last 3 or 4 games and they were going to be a top 5 pick, you're like, oh man, what are we doing? You hear that in the NFL, the NBA. Teams talk about tanking just so that they can get a higher pick. So there's really no motivation to tank. I think going back to 2022, if you peel it back and look at that team, it was great. It was exciting. You got in, and we pointed to that. It was only 3 years ago. But remember, there wasn't even a clear choice to be the number 1 starter. Like Quintana was sort of, oh, yeah, okay. And at the deadline in 21 and the deadline in 22, you had basically a pitching panic. Now, they went out and did what they had to do both times. You got lucky, I guess, the Lester and Happ deals in 21.
Please don't ignore Wade LeBlanc. Thank you.
But in 2022, it was great. Quintana and Montgomery, those deals worked out really well. But you still, so you were basically, this starting pitching issue that I think they've had for a while has been going on. They've had to fix it at the deadline. So if you go back, yes, you could beat the Phillies. I think people are even favoring them to beat the Phillies at home. But then if you go back, like, wait, they had Nola and Wheeler, and we were debating who should pitch game 1. I don't know. Who do you think should pitch game 2? So they really hadn't. So how robust were they in terms of contending? I think that's true. But I also think after 2023, people wanted Mozeliak fired. And the DeWitts were saying, we just won the division last year. Like, guy's been here 20 years, and we've mostly won. Yes, 23 was awful. I think some folks would debate and say, no, this thing has been trending in the wrong direction. You've just been kind of patching it and hanging in there for a while. But they didn't see it that way. But to your point, Mozeliak's leaving. Okay, if you wanted him out, he's leaving. That's over. You wanted some change. Chaim Bloom is coming in. They're going to try and fix things. So what is it? If you're mad now, you could still be frustrated that the DeWitts are not putting out a star-laden lineup. You could still say, well, they're not going to spend. This team right now is the same one as next year, and I would say that's the reason to kind of invest emotionally as a fan is this is your team for next year. So you better hope that they're decent because you don't want to see them get their brains beat in the next month and a half because guess what? That's next year's team and just all the same.
I want to hear from the people. Many are texting in. We will go to those. The question to revisit it is the following. What is your emotion regarding this team? And the premise that I am suggesting, but I'm certainly welcome to hear a dissenting opinion on it, is if you have been someone who has been pulling against the organization, whether it be because you dislike John Mozeliak, you dislike the DeWitts, you want them to spend money, and therefore you don't want to see the team succeed with the model that they have employed as of late, and or you don't like Ali Marmol. At this point, the only thing that I think can be accomplished, but like I said, maybe I'm wrong, is if they, finish 20 games under 500, which mathematically at this point would truly require a collapse, that Ali Marmol may not be around next year. Why? What is your mindset? Have you gone, okay, fine, screw it, this is where it is. I'd rather be entertained and see them win. Or are you so dug in on disliking, take your pick of whomever, that you are not there? Or you have just been so apathetic the last few years that it's difficult to turn it on? Or you go, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think the team's that good, so whatever. We'll see what winds up happening. But, it's not like I'm sitting here thinking this is a great baseball team. I'm curious where people are. Text in your answers, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, 314-974-0101. And we will read some of the comments in our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are going, tra-la, tra-la. Don't count on the Mets, tra-la, tra-la. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are saying the flags look bad. The Cardinals are winning, it's too soon to brag. But when it's all over and October's here, the Cardinals will win it, 'cause this is our year. Look out because we're swinging our clubs. You wear your best, don't make any bets. We're drinking a beer, 'cause this is the year. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la-la-la-la-la.
Jazz flute.
Yep, there it is. That's the one you wanted. That's the one you got. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, and he's head bobbing. Doug, how's that make you feel? I see Papers head bobbing.
He gets into the music.
Jazz flute like that, and you're telling me you won't be dancing?
Well, I should be. I know I should be.
Doug, come on. Let's go.
I'm just off to a rough start today. Just off to a rough start.
Okay.
We'll talk you through it. What's going on?
Took me an hour to get to work. I left, as always, at 6:15.
You relocated to what our audience calls the Wentzville territories.
I did not.
You swung by Roxy's for a quick breakfast.
Didn't do it.
Shower. Get your shower there.
Didn't do it.
Oh.
I live around the 270, 44-ish area, and it's usually 18, 20 minutes to get here. It took me a little over an hour today to get here. 270 backed up, so I got off on Manchester. Worst decision in St. Louis since the Bret Cecil signing. Manchester was backed up.
Oh, you stopped by the Village?
I didn't stop by anywhere. I was in the car, and from Clayton Road all the way to Manchester, Dallas was not moving. People walking their dogs were going faster than I was. I almost think I could have walked from Manchester to Clayton Road in the time I drove it.
Did you know that obviously you're trying to do that?
I tried to do it. Man, was that the wrong move. Holy smokes.
I got to tell you, and we're lucky in St. Louis, we don't have that Chicago, New York traffic. When you do get stuck, you almost have a panic attack because I think, where do you go? You're looking at people's lawns and saying, could I cut over there?
Yeah,
And if
can I
so,
go the
where?
wrong way?
Yes.
One of my phobias is being late, I think.
It really stresses you out.
It does. Stresses
I'm
me out.
incredibly comfortable with it.
Are you? I'm not. I always feel it's irresponsible. It's a little bit selfish to think my time is important
I have
and
never
yours
been accused
isn't.
of being selfish.
It's snakes and being late. Those are my two biggies.
So a snake made you late today?
No, a snake is another phobia.
Okay.
Oh, you rolled into the hive and got some of those
I
dirty
didn't roll
wings
into
on
anywhere.
Dallas.
I just sat in the car. Is all I did was
Were you
sit.
icing out a cooler for later in the
didn't
day,
ice
like the
anything.
construction
No.
guys? You stopped off at local quick trip, got some beer and water?
I felt like I was going backwards at some point. It was I thought I was going to wind up in Melville on the way here.
Oh, home of the Panthers and Mark Hanna.
Yes.
Gary Heide always had that crooked
Russ Henry
back,
Jenkins. St.
Doug,
Louis
you're
High,
so
4th and
freaking
25.
old.
Yeah.
Doug, just call me next time. I'll let you ride me anytime. That's from Steven Time, who oftentimes I feel like is on Martin's Mount Rushmore of texters, I think.
Okay.
Steven Time, Kwame Voyukas IV, Harrison's Brother Master, Mr. Siders.
Yeah, that's
There's
kind of your
mine.
four. Done.
It'd be nice if the
Sold.
station had a helicopter they could come and pick us up and deliver us that way.
Yeah. I kind of think that that's in the works.
I would hope.
Channel 2 used to fly Rich Brooks from Rams Park
No
to Fox 2.
way.
This is before I got to the station. In the early days, the Rams, the coaches show, because the coaches show is, and his time is so important, Doug.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't possibly, while guiding the St. Louis Rams, Rich Brooks couldn't possibly spend those extra minutes in a car.
And it would
So
have
they
been,
would-
a 20-minute ride? maybe?
Probably 20 minutes on a Monday night at 6:30, so they would pick him up in the helicopter.
Did he insist on it, or was it just offered
You know what?
to
I
him?
don't know. To be fair to the man who later coached Kentucky,
That's right. He was a Wildcats guy.
to
And
be
they loved him there.
To be fair, I don't know if it was his idea or the station's. Maybe they're trying to woo him a little bit. First year of the Rams, so they would whip him back and forth. August Bush the third, I believe. There was a big write-up on him at one point, and they said I think he lives in like St. Charles County,
Yeah.
but that he would be helicoptered down to the brewery each day so that he didn't have to deal with traffic.
Very Manhattan.
So, Doug, we'll look into it. It looks like Rich
Okay.
Brooks, August Bush III, and Doug Vaughn all require helicopter
We got
travel.
room out here. The parking lot's mostly empty this time of day.
Outside of little Tommy Tribbins on his trike.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
All
You can
right.
text into the program, Air Comfort Service, text inbox 314-399-9646. Call in as well. Chairman Kurt, I'll put my phone up so I can see who's on the line. When you text me, Doug, it's right in my purview now. The number 314-979 877-474-0101. And, of course, you can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners at the TMA STL YouTube channel. We're 180 friends like the Hunter and Rocchio's hostage negotiator, the Walrus King, Tanner's skid marks.
That's not nice.
Is that been a problem?
I don't know. I doubt
Sounds like
it.
only
Well, I mean,
one. I think
feel
only
like
one
it's
person would know.
Yeah, I feel like it's understood that Rocchio's not being held hostage.
I
So
would
therefore,
hope.
it's also
How do you
understood
know?
that Tanner doesn't have skid marks. But maybe I'm off on both of these.
Yeah. I can't speak to Rocchio, but
But you can speak to the skid marks.
well, I just assume no.
Doug, the question I have posed to the listeners is the emotion of the fan base as where the team is only 2 games over 500. They are only 3 games back of a playoff spot. And as we've known since we've been doing a show together for many years, that over the last, I guess, 2.5-ish years, I think you have had a portion of the fan base, and by the way, understandably so, pulling against the team in the short term because they want to see changes for the long term. Reason being, take your pick. They didn't like Ali Marmol, although I don't think that was the case coming off of 2022, but maybe they were just driven up the wall by decisions from game 1 of that series. Didn't like John Mozeliak. That certainly had been percolating for much longer than 2022. Did not like the DeWitts. What they felt like was not prioritizing with spending. Take your pick of whatever it might be. And so now what I was presenting in the first segment of today's program here on 101 ESPN is, from my standpoint, but again, I'm open to hearing otherwise, if you wanted to see the team sell every damn thing possible within the realm of reality, I'm not talking about like Leatherholt or something, the trade deadline has come and gone. So nothing can be done there. John Mozeliak is leaving, whether the team loses every game or wins every game the rest of the way. Barring some story that is flying under the radar, the DeWitts are not selling. The only thing, from my standpoint, again, that can be accomplished if it is something that really is at the top of your priority list is Ali Marmol. If the team were to struggle to the finish, Chaim Bloom saying, yeah, he's not the guy. Now, Bloom might want his own guy in there no matter what, or he might have decided we're going to bring him back next year because of the looming work stoppage, and the team is most likely not going to look a lot different next year, so why bring in an accomplished manager or somebody new and stick them with that roster? So from that standpoint, that's why I'm trying to gauge the fan base's mindset, and unfortunately, Martin, they're not happy with me.
Oh no, no.
They're not, and I understand it. Tim going absolutely full rights holder, saying nothing is going to change, so why not root for the Cardinals? Is LOL.
Blocking. Simply blocking.
Doug, that's Susie cream cheese. I don't get accused of being a rights holder too often, and so when that happens, I have to savor the flavor.
So this guy wants us to root for them to lose?
Well, I don't think I said that, but it does not matter. I understand that. That's part of the gig. We call it the cost of doing business. I'm asking the question. I'm asking individuals to text in or call in with their mindset, because somebody else did text in something that I did think was thought-provoking, and that is that if they were to, I'm trying to find, here it is, I'm paraphrasing, but I'll read it. If they were to back into the playoffs, then it validates the model that the Cardinals have employed, which is, in their opinion, backing into the playoffs as opposed to being more aggressive. So, reading the text here. Tim, I think the other problem that's going on with the Cardinals is how bad it's affecting the economy downtown. When you got 7,000 people showing up at a game, that affects the parking, that affects the local drinking establishments, restaurants. A lot of those people don't have the deep wallets like the DeWitts. It's time for S to start happening in St. Louis. I've been a fan for almost 60 years, seen the good, seen the bad, and damn it, are we seeing the ugly right now. DeWitts thought they would tell the fans what they were going to do, but I think it's backfired in their face. Even the Cubs series was not sold out, and that's always been a guarantee. That's from the 870. So this person sounds like they want to see them continue to struggle this season following 2023 and 2024 because he does not like the DeWitts. So that's what I'm trying to gauge by asking these questions.
I felt in just a quick text audit, most people were saying indifferent, apathy, like even though they're playing a little better, maybe there's some young guys, maybe there's a little bit of life. They've had some decent comeback wins. A large percentage of folks are saying, don't care, checked out on the season, indifferent, and again, the next wave would be don't want to reward the DeWitts for doing nothing. This team didn't do anything in the offseason. You trade off at the deadline, and now you're going to say, oh, good, look, hey, we got a good winning team. Come support us. There's a high percentage of texters saying that as well.
Yeah, the apathy is still there.
Yeah.
And don't want to reward the DeWitts with a lucky kind of back into a...
But wouldn't that be more of a reflection on the state of Major League Baseball and the playoff format than it would be the Cardinals?
What do you mean by that, little Jackie Papers?
Well, you can call it like backing into the playoffs or like getting lucky, but like if it's
That's
you're
the system,
500 and you're still in it, and then you make a little run and you get in, like people are mad that they got in, but not in the way they wanted them to, like not with gusto. Like what's the difference? Like I don't know. Like it seems like that would be more of a reflection on having 3 wild card teams, less so than the Cardinals backing and getting lucky into it. You could say they got lucky into it in 21. I think that actually would be correct. But that's just the state of baseball. And it was different then. The playoff format was different then.
I don't know where the joy comes from rooting for them not to play well, rooting against the DeWitts. You can not like the moves that they made, but where's the fun and the entertainment value in rooting for your team not to do well just so you can say, I told you so. I don't get it. That doesn't. If you're not a fan, then okay, you're just not a fan. I understand that.
I don't know if it's the I told you so, because that's just like people who might live online to argue with strangers. But I do think that what Martin is seeing more in there is either apathy or they don't want to see the DeWitts rewarded, which from my standpoint, that one surprises me more so than, well, I just don't like John Mozeliak. Or I just don't like Ali Marmol. And I'm not saying that I share that view so much as doing the show, as long as we have, you get a gauge for where people's approval rating is. And I knew that, everybody knows that John Mozeliak's not popular right now. Marmol hasn't experienced near the criticism. The DeWitt criticism, I guess I perhaps on an island on it, or at least in the minority. I'm just like, man, I don't know what organization had a better run from 2000 through 2022 than the St. Louis Cardinals. And then on top of it, they played a role in privately financing not only a new ballpark, but also the development in an area that doesn't have a whole lot of development. So I realize it might not be popular to say, and I guess it's not popular to side with people who have wealth. But, from my standpoint, if this is what I think, then that's what I got to say. I don't hold the Cardinals' failures in the recent years as some kind of indictment of the ownership group, because if you're going to do that, then you also have to laud them for the incredible amount of success that took place from 2000 through 2022, if you're going to be fair.
This team is not nearly as good as we wanted them to be, but probably a little bit better than we thought they were going to be. And if that's good enough to get into the playoffs and take a run, I think you just try to enjoy it for what it is. There were years when the Cardinals had teams that were absolutely good enough to win a World Series, and they didn't. And they had 2 years where nobody thought they were going to win the World Series, and they did. And some of that is just the beauty of the soap opera nature of the game. It changes almost day to day. A week ago, we had completely given up on the team. And now here we are thinking, well, maybe they're going to get in. That's just the nature of the game. And if they can get in as the last wild card team and make a run, I think you just enjoy it for what it is.
I wouldn't invest in anything emotionally until they win 7 or 8 in a row or win 9 out of 10 and make it a legit push, other than winning a couple series in a row, which Doug does not acknowledge, by the way. I think the biggest question for the DeWitts is what changes this? How do you re-engage? What can you do to get all of this apathy removed? How do you get in? Is it as simple as if you fire the manager going into next year, does that all of a sudden sell more tickets and you say we're not doing anything this offseason, we're not adding anybody, we'll get a journeyman pitcher here or there because we need somebody to eat some innings, we need some starting pitching. But if you're not active in at least in 2022 going into 23, he's like, oh, we're getting Contreras. We lost Molina. We're getting, and I think even though that was probably misguided, I think some people thought, oh, good, they're spending money. All right, we got a Cub that won a World Series. What can you do? You've brought in Chaim Bloom. Does that sell tickets? Hey, we fired Mo. That's not exactly an off-season slogan. So what can they do to get people back on board? I think that's what they really need to worry about.
I think based on what did we get? Maybe a total of 7 minutes of Chaim Bloom actually talking. Based on what I saw there, Martin, and it would be small sample size.
Trap door then came into
there
play.
There was a trap door, and he was removed. Jackson attempted to get him on the program. We were spring training. I think we'd have a better chance of getting a government leader on.
Yeah. He told me in spring training, October, and then I said something to Mo, and I believe he said, let's look into August. So I think we're actually,
sweet spot.
I think we might be, and I'm going to push him on that.
Would be great.
Tomorrow.
But what I was about to say is, I think that, number one, just by not being John Mozeliak, he's going to gain equity because that's, following somebody who's incredibly unpopular. But secondly, from what I saw in those 7 minutes, I think he is somebody that fans will be able to buy into. Now, of course, the actions and the results of those actions will be what determines it. But at the outset, I think that he's impressive and communicative in a way that I think many fans will buy into. Unfortunately, Martin, though, they're still not happy with me.
Oh, no.
This is the guy who texts in every day, McKernan, dirtbag, Jackson, dirtbag, Jackson, the jock sniffer, McKernan, the sick human. I don't disagree with that, though. He says, oh, shut up, Tim. You don't say what you think always. You're a bigger bitch than ever.
Blocking!
Scared bitch for sure. Tim the scared bitch with his dork Jackson. That's from the 919.
You're getting owned right now.
All right, I'm going to push back on Jackson being a dirtbag. The Tim stuff I don't have a problem with, but Jackson being called a dirtbag, I'm going to object.
Jackson might be as pure as a mountain stream.
Other than the glitter.
Yeah, I was once covered in glitter.
Right.
Doug, were you listening? Were you listening on the way in?
I was. I really didn't think you guys could get by without me.
Fox News was in a
my
break.
Concern.
You were screaming in your car because you had takes you wanted to give in that moment.
I was screaming with my head out the window, yelling at other motorists to move it up there.
You should have got a police escort.
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
That was suggested in the text line.
I don't know where we would have gone.
You should be given like a radio police siren so that you can just put it on top of your car when you get in traffic
I
like
would
that.
like that.
You know,
but there was nowhere to go even if I had that.
Oh, they would have made room.
Oh,
every cop show in the 70s had one of those little red. They would reach up. They would, like it had a magnet on it. Here we go. Woo!
Guys, I started the season not watching and saying I refused to watch a subpar product. Once I heard Ollie in spring training on your show, he made me want to start rooting for him personally. I like how the team fights. I watch because it is entertaining most nights. When it is bad, I turn it off and watch something else. My parents, at 74 years old, watch faithfully every game. My level of investment is based on me rooting for certain players making progress and improving. I like the youth movement. Doug, that's Rollercade Rick in the Air Comfort Service texting.
That seems like one of the most common kind of anecdotes right there. Is exactly that. Like kind of rooting for younger guys to play well, but generally uninterested.
Yeah. There was a message a few minutes ago where the guy said it's had a big effect on downtown, and there's no doubt about that. It really has. But he said also with parking, I don't have much sympathy for the parking people. It's too expensive to park there. This is not Chicago or New York and L.A. We're not used to spending $40 or $50 to park a block or two from the stadium.
What's the perfect number? 25? 30?
I think that's reasonable.
Because you'll pay what? In a normal situation, you'd pay minimum of $100 for 4 tickets. Nowadays, probably $200.
I had a guy telling me
Cardinals, I know they're discounted. I'm just saying sporting events in general.
Yeah.
You're dropping $50 a ticket these days, 30, 40, 50. So if your group goes down and pays 20-ish to park, 25, 30, that's probably reasonable. But yeah, 40, 50.
That's too much for St. Louis. I think it is. A friend of mine went to the game Saturday against the Cubs. He said, I bought 4 tickets. I was in the upper deck. They were all about $40 a piece. I paid $50 to park, so we didn't have to walk very far. I paid $30 or $40 every time I went to the concession stand, and they lost like 9-0. He said, I'm just not sure that's the kind of entertainment I want to spend my money on.
You tell the kids, you sit down. You will be here for 9 innings.
Yeah.
Daddy paid for these seats. Sit.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you get free tickets given to you, you can still spend $70 or $80 to go. And I know it's It's 2025 and everything costs more, and it's Major League Entertainment. I get all that. It's still, over the long season, that's a lot of money for a lot of people to shell out for one game.
Do you guys think the best fans in baseball will boycott the playoffs if they somehow get in? If they make a deep run, will anyone give John Mozeliak credit and give Mo and crew props? Or will they still bitch and moan that they can't field the competitive team? That's from the Lions' Choice enthusiast.
No, I'd say yes, they will get excited about it, and no, they will not give Mozeliak any credit.
I will say this, what I've noticed, and Martin, and you've been taking a text audit. I would say we're getting about 30 to 40 texts per minute, so it's difficult to get them all in, or to read them all. But one of the things that I've noticed in here is there's either a lot of I've changed my mind on Ali Marmol, or I've come to like Ali Marmol, and I'm polling for him. So that is something that I would notice is a change from where we were. Take your pick of whatever other point in time here in the last couple of years or in the last 10 months. Do with that what you may.
And if you're in that position, it can be a polarizing position. Mike Matheny was beloved. By the end, people were so sick of him, they were wondering why he wasn't fired a year earlier. La Russa was hated for a long time. I mean, in some circles, just really, really hate. Mm-hmm. He's why did he get him out of here?
Plane with a banner over the stadium.
Yes, and his family was at that game, famously. Mm-hmm. So that position, it's nothing new that Ali is in the crosshairs. I think Schilt didn't really experience that. He came in, and they had success right away. His first full season, they won the division, flamed out in the playoffs. But I think for the most part, that job, you're going to get a lot of critique. And it doesn't matter if you're Mike Matheny, who was a popular player who had lived in St. Louis for 20, 30 years. Once things kind of got sideways, people were all over him. So
he never managed higher than Little League.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
What's he know about baseball?
For how many years? He couldn't possibly know as much as me.
Ollie, you're cute as a button.
Doug, that was him reading our YouTube chat during his sit down with us at spring training. Rollercade Rick, who sent in a great text, is not happy. I make great points and constantly am ignored. Let's keep reading all these dip S's texts. That's from Rollercade
I didn't like
Rick.
The blocking.
He says, Jackson was supposed to change my name from Rollercade Rick to Big Sexy. Please update immediately. I don't even roller skate. Thanks, Tim. That's from the gentleman who was Rollercade Rick, wants to be known as Big Sexy now, Doug.
I don't really want to reward such talk.
No, leave his name just as it is.
Like if your 8-year-old son talked to you that way, would you respect that?
No. That's
why would
close to home.
Why would a grown man? Why would they respect it from a grown man?
Right.
Jackson was supposed to change.
In fairness, though, Big Sexy could be 8.
That's very true. It's very true.
Whose nickname is Big Sexy?
Kevin Nash, WCW?
Bartolo Colon was also Big Sexy.
That's what I was thinking of. Bartolo. Somebody did text earlier when I said the DeWitts stuck with Mozeliak after 2023. They had just won the division the year before. They said Jocketty got fired a year after the World Series. Still one of the more stunning moves by this current ownership group.
Big time agree with you there.
But I would also say that was more about the front office, the Jeff Luhnow, the friction, and not embracing all in with the way they wanted things to shift, and things were just. It was less to do with the on-field product. It was not because they had a bad 2007. So it's not quite apples to apples.
Yeah. I wonder if they did that because prices continued to soar for the veteran free agents, and that's kind of what Jocketty did to build a team, and they wanted to do it a different way to keep expenses down a little bit.
Yeah, as a, quote, middle market team that would always outperform a middle market with attendance and revenue, I think they did see it as not sustainable if you're always going to add a big name player. Like Dave Dombrowski, that's what he does. He goes in, signs big names, and it largely works. They did it in Boston. They won a World Series. Then they fired him like a year later. Yeah. Well, we're going to go in a different direction. What does he do? He goes to Philly. What do? They just start signing everybody.
Yeah, and
spending money, and it largely, for them, it works. Now, they haven't won a World Series, but it's entertaining as all get out for fans.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the Jocketty model, but that wouldn't work here now, especially with an empty stadium.
Get the biggest names, get them to St. Louis, and see if they'll give you a discount. And we joke about it, but that was kind of the model from McGuire and Scott Rowland.
And it started with McGuire.
And even Edmonds sticking around.
Rowland. I don't know if Matt the Bat would say he got a discount. He obviously got a hefty sum. Pujols signed a deal early in his career, as we've seen some players do. Roman Anthony catching some hell for doing it. Ronald Acuna. But, yeah, you had guys come here, love it, and stay, and the Cardinals benefited. I would say that you would benefit if you go to 100 West Dental and deal with Dr. Brandon Pryor. His offices and his staff are located on Manchester in Baldwin. They built brand new offices. When you walk in there, you wouldn't even think you're in a dentist's office. It is really, really impressive with the new technology in their new offices. No phone call is needed at 100 West Dental. Just check the calendar online for availability, and then you book right then and there. 100westdental.com. Mention my name and you get $1,000 off Invisalign. Just go to 100westdental.com. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it will look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. Longtime sponsor of TMA, and the name of the game is supporting the sponsors on the program. I'll say this, after asking that question at the outset of the program, we have gotten hundreds of texts. I would say that the majority, Martin, I don't know how much text auditing you continue to do, would be apathetic. Then I would say they're still not happy with the DeWitts. Then I would say people are pulling for the players, but they don't like the overall organization state. And then it's like, well, I'm glad, but I don't think that the team is particularly good, but I'll watch. That would be a summary of the variety of the majority of what I have seen in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Anything else stand out to you in your text audit?
No, I think that's a good summary. I think people that were indifferent or checked out. And the other thing is, if you take a stance, sometimes you just stick with it, too.
Double down?
Yeah, and I think if some people are like, screw this team, screw Mozeliak, screw the DeWitts, and if you dig in on that, if they have a little bit of a run, which they haven't yet, this is not a run. They're 6-4 since the trade deadline, which is fine. But if they were to get on a roll, or what does Dex say? If they
just get hot,
yeah. Then will people buy in? No, because they're kind of dug in on their position. I think there's a little bit of that.
So, like, if you're a Take Smith on the Twitter tweets?
Yes. Aaron Rodgers, the worst quarterback in the history of football. And he starts the year like just unbelievable. Yeah, that's right. I said it.
I said it. Doug, that's my Chris Rock.
If they did get hot, do you think people's opinions would change? If they won the next 6 or 7 in a row and put together an 8-game streak, and now they're the third team in the wild card, do you think people would say, oh, good, I'm happy for the DeWitts? Or would they say, no, I don't like the way this season played out. I wanted these wins earlier in the year, and that shaped my opinion, and there's nothing they can do now to change it.
I will say this. I'm actually surprised to see as many texts about people just going, I don't care, I'm apathetic, as we've gotten. I didn't expect it to be the way. Of course, results dictate opinions, and, I mean, they should. It's incredibly disingenuous for it not to. My opinion won't change on this. I have no idea how they have the starting pitching to be successful, but at the same time, the 2011 team won with one guy who could start games. They just started bringing in bullpen guys. I think that's how that started for Major League Baseball. Actually, I don't think it was a plan, but Tony La Russa didn't trust Loesch Garcia after he blew up in Game 3 against the Phillies. Doug, was that Ben Francisco who hit a pinch hit home run?
I don't remember. It seems right.
And Edwin Jackson. So those guys would start the games, but they were kind of like openers. They ran into trouble in the second or third inning, and they were gone. So you had Chris Carpenter. Well, this year, I don't know. Sometimes Sonny Gray can look dominant. Otherwise, I mean, I realize Miles Mikolas had a hell of a start last night. I don't think the Rockies are going to get in, so I don't know if he will face them in October if the Cardinals were to get in. So from a rotation standpoint, I have no idea how the hell this rotation would be able to be successful, but then the perfect example of a team that won with a bad rotation would be the 2011 team. Of course, then you look at the lineup and compare it to this lineup, and you go, well, there's the difference. And then also Jason Mott, by the end of the year, because he wasn't the closer early on in the year, was lights out for the team. Your thoughts are welcome. So many different ways to participate. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And you are welcome to call in at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night over the Colorado Rockies. Take on the Rockies again tonight. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMASCL. Now you're watching us, and you're engaging in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And Doug, on your right is Ed Herman, and on his right is his son, Brodie. Look at him right there. They're right there next to you.
Standing over there. Hello, guys.
Hello. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
I am honored that I have just seen the profile picture that Terry Crouppen was raving about, and I have to tell you, it truly is stunning. It's worthy of your partner's compliments.
Well, listen, and I went back and I watched last week's. I wanted to see exactly what he had to say about
Because
me.
Terry Crouppen was in studio
He was in
with the
studio.
dog Goldie
Talking about Ed's profile pic.
He was a little obsessed with the profile pic. And I don't know.
Oh, it's going to go up on YouTube. You got to be watching the YouTube
That's all
right
right.
now.
Well, it's all right. If you're watching the YouTube, I don't see that we're not showing it in studio. But if that is being recorded, that's what it looks like.
It's
listen,
ominous.
Listen, I'm an ominous
That would
figure.
make me hand over the check. That guy walks in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Listen, you have to be able to, as a lawyer, as a human being, you got to be able to play different parts. And I don't, I got to reach into the toolbox once in a while. And if I have to pull out ominous Ed, I pull out ominous Ed.
Feels like Jim Belushi never played a different role. He was always
Well,
kind
I
of
don't know that he
same
had
guy.
the breath of Ed Herman.
Okay. Oh, that's breath with a D.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
So if you're in court, would you walk around with your phone and show the members of the jury this picture?
I can't make myself look like that in person. I just smile too big. No, but listen. Sometimes you have to let people know when you mean business. You can't just be lighthearted all the time. But you got to use it carefully. If you bring it out all the time, then it's just a bit.
Right.
But if you keep it in your back pocket and once in a while you have to come in and lay down the law a little bit, you can kick people off guard. It can be very effective.
Does Terry think you should change it? What does he? No,
are you kidding me?
he enjoys it.
I
think he thoroughly enjoys it.
I think he enjoys it
But
a
he
little
mocks
too
it a
much.
little, but he mocks it a little bit.
He does because I think most people who use apps and filters to make their pictures look different ways. We all lend ourselves to it. Why is Joey Vitale saying "Boo Ed"? What have I done to you?
That's not Joey Vitale. That's
No.
Joey Vitale's Gooner module.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not
but let me say
actually
this.
Joey.
Yeah, I mean, what have I done to you today?
Maybe you don't like the picture.
Joey Vitale's Gooner module.
But what you can see if you turn into YouTube is the new T-shirts for the Wrestling on the Spectrum.
Doug, there it is. Look at that. There's the podcast.
These are nice looking T-shirts. We designed them to kind of look like the old fight cards.
Yes.
That you might have seen back in the day. Yeah.
And who's on there? Whose pictures? Is it one of them's Brodie?
Brodie in the middle, and then you got Jeremy Corey, JC, is one of the co-hosts, and Tony Patrico, former host over here on the Hubbard channels, and now he's one of the hosts on that show.
Brodie in the middle wearing a WOTS hat.
Wrestling on the Spectrum.
Oh, there you go.
WOTS. Listen, when you're branding new things, you got to figure out how to brand them in all of the different ways that you expect to use them. And the earlier you can get on that and incorporate that into your brand, the easier that's going to be.
Brodie, you need an ominous profile pic, okay?
I need to get one. How do those work? An ominous profile picture?
Yeah, well, because the thing is that he's too happy. Look at that face. Look at that face, folks.
I know.
You can't take that happy. I'm not going to take that smile.
No.
Ominous. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, Dad's the ominous
It's
one.
striking.
Didn't you go to Wrigley last time you
Yes,
were
we went
here?
to Wrigley. It was phenomenal. Cubs won that game, sadly, 1-0 over the Orioles. But it was the game after when Ryan Sandberg had just passed, and they did a phenomenal tribute to him. One of the best second basemen of his generation. Love Ryan Sandberg. Though I was displeased when they showed his highlights, and it had to be always him beating up on the Cardinals. That made me very
1984,
frustrated.
Doug.
Yeah, they went
Oh, God, it was
The
painful.
other thing that got us in that game was how many former Cardinals were in the game, because the Orioles had a couple. They had Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah.
And was it
Dylan
Dylan
Carlson, probably, right?
Yeah, Dylan Carlson played in that game, and The pitcher Kittredge was in there.
Kittredge had just come over.
Carson Kelly
And
was
Carson Kelly was in there. And we're watching this and like, we know we're seeing a Cub-Oriole game, but darn it, if it doesn't feel like we're at
Tyler O'Neill and
it's
Dylan
like an
Carlson
old-timers day
might be
for the
even worse for
Cardinals.
A lot of failed Cardinal experiments.
But you know what's
on
crazy,
display.
and it's weird as a baseball fan to say it was my first game in Wrigley because it's obviously been a long time coming. But as I sat there, all I could think was, this is a stadium that, like, Jackie Robinson played in that stadium. Babe Ruth played in that stadium, at least during the World Series. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I'm literally sitting, and not much in there seems to have changed. I mean, it's tight. I mean, I'm sure most of the people maybe have been there. If you haven't, I got to tell you that you got to make that trip. You got to sit in those stands and just take it in and think about every
glorious.
player who has run those base paths. You just feel like you're sitting inside a living, breathing museum.
And
Yeah,
the
we don't
cocktail
have-
lounges around the ballpark, Doug would call them speakeasies. What a wonderful
Never
setting.
heard Murphy's or Yahtzee's called Bernie's. Cubby Bear speakeasies. It is a great, vibrant area. Isn't it fun?
It really, I got to tell you, it was great. And I've now, I've been to about 15 or 16 ballparks. And, a lot of people, of course, compare it to Fenway. That's the most obvious comparison because of the time periods that they were built in. But I got to tell you, as an experience, I thought Wrigley Field was much better. When I was at Fenway and sitting by the Monster, for some reason, I did not feel the same level of history that I felt at Wrigley. I don't know. I
Not
think,
being a Yankee guy factoring into it? No.
Yeah, I mean, and I was at a Yankee-Red Sox game when I was at Fenway, but even with that, it just didn't feel like Wrigley felt. Wrigley felt to just completely... Maybe because they still played day games. Maybe because
I don't know.
they didn't have any night games until, 1988?
That's correct.
It just felt historic.
I agree with you on that. We've all been to both, right, boys? And for whatever reason, I've never thought of it that way, Ed, but now that you bring it up, I agree with you, and I'm trying to figure out why that is. Maybe because of the buildings that you can see, even though I know those are
Fenway
kind of blocked
doesn't
out a
feel
little
as
more.
neighborhood-ish.
Right.
Whereas Wrigley, you really
I
feel
think that's what it
neighborhood.
is.
And it could be that we've watched the Cardinals play there 1,000 times, and so we feel a little closer to it.
It could be, but then how do you explain me? I've seen, just as many, I've seen more games on TV that were at Fenway than I've seen it that were at Wrigley. But then again, I didn't have that sensation until I was there in person. Maybe the scoreboards, maybe just the setting.
Yeah, I think
everything
seeing those
around it
buildings
just
in the
feels.
back, it's neighborhoody.
Yeah,
they're not tall
I hate
buildings.
that Jumbotron they added, though. Really, it's just too garish. It's too big. I know you have to change with the times, but it's just ugly. That huge.
I did have a wait. Hold on a second. Big blonde Dan. He wants Brodie's boom boom breakdown. Tell us what happened last night. Was there wrestling last night?
Well, wait,
Ed is obsessed
Raw's
with
on
the chat.
Mondays, so...
Oh, no, I just think it's
disappointed in his
hysterical that
dad
everybody
right now.
hates me. But go ahead.
Oh, we talking about Raw?
Ed, that's universal
Yeah,
in the
trust me.
studio.
It
Trust
starts at 7:01 for the rest of us.
Jackson got a hate text last night at 8:27 p.m. We still don't know what it was about.
Papers, this is your fault.
Yeah, we still don't know what it was
8:27 p.m. on Monday.
All right, I'm off. Go
I
ahead.
guess, wait, we want to talk about Conrad or
Do you want to talk
Raw?
about Conrad?
I don't know who Conrad is.
Conrad Thompson. Hell, he was the guest on that.
He was on a guest on a show this past week. And I mean, Raw wasn't a bad show. We're building up to a Clash in Paris in August. It's going to be it was a very nice show. A lot of matches ended in disqualification, which kind of bothered me, but it was an okay Raw. It wasn't anything special. But,
What leads to the disqualification? I'm taping it, so I'll watch
what
it
leads to
later.
disqualification? Usually some type of low blow or interference in the match or hair pulling or eye gouging or some type of thing they call a disqualification because it's using a chair or using some type of furniture. That warrants a disqualification. Unless it's no disqualification, which is another problem in wrestling is we have too many matches that are no disqualification. Just to your point, what warrants a disqualification anymore? So we have too many wrestling matches that don't have any rules.
Would
Which
it make
totally
sense to
dilates it.
clear the area of folding chairs before the matches start?
Yeah.
So that they aren't
Seems to
used
be a
so
recurring
frequently?
issue, Doug.
Right. No, I mean, the thing in wrestling is if you're going to, we don't use the fire extinguisher enough as a weapon in wrestling because.
We don't.
No, we don't, because it makes logical sense for it to be the building or under the ring. But we have so many things. There's so many things that don't make any sense to be under a ring. Like, why is a kendo stick under a wrestling ring? That doesn't make any sense.
Why are they saying these events are standing room only when they clearly have 20 folding chairs sitting right there in ringside.
Right.
Exactly.
They could have sold those seats.
Exactly. I mean, it makes sense for tables, ladders, and chairs to be under the ring, but just it
Why
gets
would
to
it
a
make
point.
sense for anything to be under the ring?
Tables, ladders, and chairs are under the ring.
TLC matches, right? I mean, they call it TLC for real, but why do we have zip ties? Like that was in SummerSlam. They got people tied up in zip ties, and they always break off, and then they have to put them back on. It makes no sense.
Buffalo Bob living under the ring?
I don't know.
Brodie, I don't know if you're familiar with Larry Nickel, longtime contributor on this program. He is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
God, we've been waiting for this.
And to bring these two together,
need an
Doug, you
adapter.
said
We
this
have
would
an
be like
adapter,
Andre the
Ray.
Giant and Hulk Hogan doing
Feels like
battle
it,
at
yeah.
WrestleMania.
Oh, we have an adapter,
Well, we're going to
Jack.
get it
Adapter.
right here, right now on 101 ESPN.
we
What
are.
a treat for the audience. What a
God,
treat for all of us in the studio in
here we go.
Creveport, Missouri. Larry Nickel, meet Brodie.
Oh, boy.
Hello there.
Hello, Brodie. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great.
Nice.
Nice.
Tim, we got a couple of real Matsmen here at the same
Doug, you like
time.
the term Matsman? I,
don't
really
mind
do.
it.
Matsman's
don't
pretty
mind
good,
it. I like
particularly in amateur wrestling is the term where Matsman kind of works out. So that's not a bad thing.
What do you mean? I like professional wrestling.
Oh, no.
Gosh.
it's like
Larry,
Lloyd Benson
Larry,
and Dan Quayle.
do you have a question for Brodie since you guys both love the great sport?
Do you want? Yeah, I heard you guys got a radio show with Joe Roderick every Tuesday night, right, Brodie?
Yeah, we do have a show with Joe every Tuesday. That's right.
Would you do like a
And what's
segment?
the name of the show?
It's all right. Joe's a great guy. I love Joe Roderick. He's a great guy. Thomas Welch and those guys over there they do a phenomenal job.
Tim, this is starting to sound like a Dan Caesar column with what's on 590. But go ahead, Larry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I got an announcement about that.
No.
Larry, go ahead.
Go
ahead,
ahead.
boss.
It's your turn.
What did you think about the Becky Lynch match last night?
What I thought about the match last night, it was an obvious. I mean, Becky Lynch was going to retain, so it wasn't a shock that she beat Maxine Dupree. But they're building up for the Nikki Bella feud, which I'm not looking forward to. Because is anybody excited that Nikki Bella's back? Nobody is.
No doubt.
Doug, are
Zero.
you excited by Nikki
I am.
Bella's
I
return?
didn't know she was
Larry
back.
is. Larry is
Larry is.
excited.
Oh, boy.
Well, that's good. I'm not, but
The reason I'm glad she's back, because Tim, Doug, and all them know that I interviewed Nikki Bella and her twin sister Debris, along with another Hall of Famer, Mick Foley, back in 2013 at Busch Stadium.
Wow.
oh, that's nice.
I feel like he's trying to prove his cred to you right now.
no, is this
Brodie.
resume time?
It's
No,
kind of
no
like
doubt.
we're at happy hour in Clayton.
Well, about Clayton, Tim.
Said it was like it was happy hour at Clayton where people kind of
Showing off their
Put out their
resumes.
resume.
Larry is in. I assume you're still in Alton, right, Larry?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Larry, who is the most recent wrestler you have interviewed?
I interviewed Blues to Bar Beefcake,
Oh, nice.
Tito Santana, and Buff Bagwell at the men's Missouri Athletic Club.
Oh, that's right.
What do you think about those names, Brodie? Is that
Buff
impressive?
Bagwell got his leg amputated recently.
Oh, that'll set you
pleasant.
back.
And fun fact about Tito Santana, he became an educator after he retired as a professional wrestler. So to give a fun fact. But Tito Santana, the ultimate baby face, and Buff Bagwell, known for his physique. Let's just say
You
that.
said that.
Really hit the K at the end of physique.
really did.
Oh,
I like that.
my goodness.
Larry, can I ask you, Larry, are you watching Storage Wars in the background?
No, I am not. I ain't watching the two. I'm watching Channel 2 News.
Oh, then it's okay. Go ahead. Turn it
wow,
turn
how
it
about
up.
that?
Yeah, turn it up.
That's right.
Anyway, Brodie, did you know I got a little fun fact about Tito Santana that you did not know?
What's that?
And Tito Santana was an ambassador in a local professional wrestling promotion in New Jersey called Graham's Toy Show Wrestling.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's definitely still active in wrestling somewhat, by promoting. I mean, I love Tito Santana. Think about 80s WWF. He's one of the best. You can't deny it. When it comes to being one of their top baby faces, Tito's one of the best, Larry, no doubt about it.
I always liked Tito Santana.
I like
You
Tito
understand
Santana.
what I said. He was an investor in that promotion in New Jersey.
Okay,
Yeah.
Larry, I was thinking about asking Brodie if he had the top 5 countries, but I didn't know. I mean,
wow.
Is that
Step
would
on his
that
toes.
Larry? Would you be upset if I did that?
You can do that, but I'll see what I can do about doing my top 5.
Doug, dueling top 5 nations.
All right.
Okay.
Tim, who should go first here? This is interesting. We got a
Well, I mean,
couple
I
of-
think Brodie's our guest, and we'll give Brodie the honor of giving the top 5 countries in the world. Larry does this every Tuesday with us on the program.
Unless we're
Brodie,
busy.
that's correct. If you would like to give your top 5 countries, starting with number 5 and then ending with
No, just in general. There's no real
Okay.
outline.
we've
Countries in the world.
seen a lot
Yeah,
of Central
different
American
reverse
representation. Some
Number 5, Brodie, the 5th best country in the world.
The 5th best country in the world. God, is this just my personal favorite
Sure,
countries? I
sure.
guess.
Sure it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I have to go Italy in there,
Yeah,
right?
I like that.
Italy's
That's a
in
good
there.
call.
Yeah,
Good call.
that's
Good
nice.
answer. Good
All
answer.
right.
Good answer.
All
Number
right.
4.
Number 4. I guess I'll go with England. Since one of the places I would like to go.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good
And
answer.
then number 3 is Greece because I want to go to Greece because I have family members who want to go to Greece.
Okay.
My friends will appreciate this for those who will listen. Bosnia is number 2.
Bosnia.
Yep.
St. Louis in there.
And then I guess I got to go number 1 because the country I live in, the United States.
There it is, Doug. There it is, Doug.
Nice try, baby.
Well,
All
let's
right,
see if
okay.
Larry matches up here. Larry, you heard Brodie's top 5 countries. What are yours?
My top 5 countries are number 5 will be Australia.
Good one.
Okay. Australia.
What do you go with?
Number
Australia.
4 will be England.
England. Oh, wow.
Matching.
You both had England number
Yeah.
4.
Sounds like this.
Number 3 will be Brazil.
Brazil.
Brazil. We just
Soccer
read-
country.
Tariff City.
Number 2, Canada.
Canada. Okay.
And
Hold on,
of course,
number
me
one,
and Brodie
let's see.
agree on number 1, United States of America.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Agreement at the top?
Yeah, agreement at the top, Ed.
And that's what it's all about.
Amen.
That's all about.
That's how you bring them together, folks.
Oh, there's Cool in the Gang, and the
Oh,
celebration
Cool in
is
the
on
Gang.
the field. Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is.
Ah,
Doug.
thank you,
I mean,
Aziz.
2 worlds colliding. Larry Nickel, Brodie Herman, right here. This is a TMA exclusive. You can't find this anywhere else,
No, you
Doug.
can't.
Good luck.
Yep,
Good
yeah.
luck looking.
Brodie had some knowledge, and you and Larry got to talk it over.
Yeah, it was great. Listen, we love audience interaction here on TMA. Nothing better than the engagement, guys.
There
Nothing
you go.
better.
Look at that. I couldn't agree more. Brodie, Ed, always good to talk it over with you. Love the shirts, by the way.
Thank you.
And good talking over with you. And again, Wrestling on the Spectrum is the name of the program with
11 o'clock.
with Brodie. There you go.
Saturday mornings.
11 o'clock on Saturday mornings. Ed Herman, Brodie Herman here with us on TMA. It's Brown and Crouppen presenting The Morning After on 101 ESPN. Doug, the Cardinals have won the 1982 World Series. And why, look, it's Keith Hernandez dry humping Bruce Sutter and Darryl Porter. Here comes Mike Ramsey jumping on the pile. Here come the fans. And the scoreboard says what?
Final score?
No, we win.
Oh, we win. I was trying to think of the final score. They won by 3 or 4, didn't they?
I'm going 6-3. Game 7, 1982 World Series. Martin Gorman Thomas, swing and a miss.
Big hit by George Hendrick to the right side.
Yeah.
6-3 sounds right. The Brewers had the lead.
6-3.
Yeah.
What, maybe go-ahead hit in the 7th-ish? 6th or 7th?
Can you tell me who got the win?
How about Stuper?
No.
You got the Game 6 win.
I'll go with Joaquin Andujar.
Tim nailed it.
So he was out.
Show prep again, Doug.
43 years ago. Does that seem possible? Looking back at that now would have been like when I was a kid, dreaming about the miracle years of the 1926 World Series when the Cardinals won. Would have been about the same time period.
Share your memories of the 1926 World Series by calling in 314-974-0101. You can also watch the program. Big Blonde Dan is in there, Doug, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he is joined by 234 other friends at youtube.com/TMASTL, and then they're talking it over this morning. Cardinal Cowboys pontoons, talking to above ground maypole, Doug's fixed gong, Adam Welly, and Paulie Baroni. They're all in there, and they're all talking it over, and they all want to hear from Keith on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Keith, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Good morning, gentlemen. This is Keith from South Milwaukee, former Whitewater Warhawk football player. I did mention to Jackson. Right. 2 interceptions. You are correct, against River Falls.
Right.
Yep.
I remember.
And you were nice enough not to correct us for calling him Lance Leopold. We found out later that it's actually Lance Leipold.
Leipold, yeah, and then so I keep in touch with him during like Christmas and New Year's, text back and forth, and his birthday, May 6th it is. So I sent him a text. I said, hey, they want you to get. I told him a little bit about your thing, blah blah. He goes, I got better things to do right now. I'm a little bit busy, but maybe after the season we can get him on. So and then he was going to say, I'm going to tell them how to pronounce my name.
Hold on. Did you try and get him to come on the show, the Kansas Jayhawks football coach?
Yeah. So again, I was a freshman at Whitewater, and he was a senior quarterback. Him and I hit it off pretty good, and his best friend is one of my good friends. So it's not
and
like
he said he had
talk
better
every day,
things to
but
do, Doug.
That's hard to believe.
No, it's not. That's what you would expect to hear, isn't it? Yeah, maybe not.
But speaking of that, speaking of the Milwaukee Brewers, 1982 loss to the Cardinals, I just got in the car. Is Martin there today by chance?
No,
he's right here. Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I was going to ask him what he preferred, real chili or George Webb's chili up in Milwaukee.
Oh, real chili is the answer, of course, since Martin is back. Real chili. I think we talked about real chili in a recent call.
Well, we did, but I didn't include George Webb's chili. But speaking of George Webb's, if the Brewers win 12 in a row, they give away a free hamburger. They'll pick a date after the Brewers win 12 in a row. And everybody can wait in line and get a free hamburger.
Local
George Webb's.
It's a restaurant chain. It's not quite it's not as nice as Steak and Shake, but it's kind of similar-ish. They're all over Milwaukee. George Webb.
Fast food.
Yeah, cheeseburger. You sit down and get a little cheeseburger and fries, and they always said if they win 12,
chili then too, and chili.
get some chili. Tim, you want chili about August 12th?
Yeah, just to wash it down
with the cheeseburger and the fries, and all that for lunch.
Yeah.
So this is what happens when Lance Leipold won't call in. See.
I guess.
And another thing is, because I'm from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, we have a statue of a former wrestler called the Crusher. He was a big Milwaukee wrestler, and I think he's been down in St. Louis, but this going back in the early 70s and stuff, and they have a statue of him, bronze statue in the city of downtown South Milwaukee, the Crusher. He's got a quarter barrel beer on his shoulder. That's how he used to train. He would have a quarter barrel of beer and run through Grant Park in South Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, thank you. All right, Keith, that's
okay.
I can't do it.
It's like a Christmas card.
Can't do it.
Lance Leipold's birthday is May 6th.
I'm not running for office, so I'll be the one to do it. Happy to do it. You're welcome. That's all. That's all I'll just say. All right, Doug, they're not happy, as you might.
They didn't like the last segment. They didn't like the last call. They didn't like the first hour. They don't like Jackson. They don't like the show.
That is correct. Maybe they'll like this because one of the things that is so delightful about the college football season around these parts is, as opposed to fans fighting amongst themselves about one of the local teams, fans either hate Missouri or love Missouri. And with Illinois now ranked number 12 in the AP poll, ILL is getting some attention locally, and that pisses off Missouri fans. Bret Bielema did an interview yesterday after ILL got ranked 12th in the AP poll. Missouri on the outside looking in, by the way, Doug. Missouri in the others receiving votes, getting them to what would be, 32nd place if you count it all the way down.
I think 27, right? With
No,
coaches
that's
poll?
This is the AP poll.
Oh,
which came
okay,
out
got it.
yesterday.
Yeah, my bad.
But Illinois, 12 in both polls. Here's Bret Bielema, courtesy of KSTK.
This is a program right now that has an opportunity to make the playoff.
Yeah.
It's there. It's right there for you. Is that something you verbalize out loud?
Well, everybody has that opportunity, right? It's what you do with your moments. But we kind of do. I appreciate what you're saying. It's not coach speak, it's success speak, I think. And, like yesterday was practice 4, right? So one of the last things I say when I meet with my guys pre-practice is I'm like, hey, we all got practice 4 today. What are you going to do? Because what you do affects what we do, right? And I think our guys understand that voyage, right? They understand that process, and it's part of the fun to be here and be a part of it. And I think our guys carry an edge that you're going to see come out every day.
Oh, you heard that? The offensive line, defensive line colliding at the line of
I
scrimmage.
did.
In 2 days.
Big collision.
Yeah.
Who's rooting for Illinois is Mark Milton,
Oh, yeah.
the STL tax lawyer. He got his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, the number one accounting program in the country. Got his law degree from St. Louis U, and more importantly, he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area now, helping people with any problem they may have with their taxes. If you have unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or maybe worse, you're facing IRS criminal investigation, that's when you need to contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS problem, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I am not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
It would be wonderful if Mark Milton's team and the Fighting Tigers could both exit September with no more than one loss. Missouri will be put to the test by Kansas. Kansas actually getting more votes than Missouri for the top 25, Jackson. How about that? What's that make you say?
One more time there. I'm sorry.
Kansas was getting some votes for the top 25.
Okay.
Missouri is at 33. Illinois at 12. But so you got, and then they play South Carolina, who got ranked 13th in both polls. So if Missouri could get out of the month of September with no more than one loss, and Illinois gets out of the month of September with no more than one loss, you can still have the dream alive. Illinois, for the record, taking on Western Illinois. They're at Duke, playing them for the first time in 50 years. At home against Western Michigan, they'll be put to the test against Coach Cignetti's bunch in Bloomington on the 20th of September. That's number 20, Indiana, and then at home against USC. Missouri's tests most likely Kansas and South Carolina 2 weeks later. Should, Doug, escape Central Arkansas, Louisiana, and Massachusetts with wins.
Taking out of it your emotional feelings when it's Kansas, Mizzou, but if they lose that game, if the Tigers were, hypothetically, to lose that game, is that an indicator, do you think, of what kind of year they're going to have? Because that's a game, because if you're thinking 8 or 9 wins, that's probably one of them, correct?
Yeah, but Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois last year, and look where they ended up. So
it will not serve as
it's
any
not
kind
like
of
season's
indicator.
over if they lose to Kansas, but I'll be
Not
distraught.
season's over, but oh boy, if we can't beat Kansas, I don't know if we're going to beat this guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's an outlier, but I'll mention it again. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois.
KU will beat Missouri. They're 6-6 year for the Tigers coming up. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
Don't get angry about it. We don't know what's going to happen until they play.
I do kind of a little bit understand those who rank teams like being cautious with Missouri just because they don't know who the quarterback is. And even if you knew who the quarterback is, you don't have a lot of tape on either. Whereas in the cases of Kansas, you know exactly who's under center. Same with Illinois. So I get that.
Well, here is the actual outlier, Doug. And maybe you're going to say STP all day long. There is a large phenomenon with Missouri not being ranked, and it has upset some Tiger fans. Missouri has back-to-back double-digit win seasons and left out of the AP Top 25. In the last decade, only 3 other programs were not ranked in the top 25 the following year after 2 consecutive 10-plus win seasons. And then you got to go back all the way to 1984 for the last time it happened with an SEC team, and that was the Georgia Bulldogs. So now I want to present a couple of pieces of context that I think are important. Teams now play more games than they did going back to the 80s and 90s, so therefore double-digit win seasons more common. And then also, I think because of NIL and the transfer portal, rosters are going to be different more often than not here at this moment and going forward. Because before, it used to be, okay, well, this class is graduating and now this class is coming in, and you didn't have the turnover that you have. 2024 Washington, for the record, the most recent team, and they did not wind up having a good year. They were coming off of 2 double-digit win seasons and a national championship game appearance against Michigan in 2023's team.
Yeah, and they lost their coach. That's a big part of it too.
I don't like all the roster turnover. It's hard to follow teams. I mean, you got kids who are in there. And Kevin Coleman, St. Louis kid, it's great that he's on Mizzou, but it is his 4th college team in 4 years. It's hard to wrap your head around that, but it is great that your team can just flip the script, be good. In college football, if you hired a coach 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, you just knew they'd be bad for a couple of years till they get their kids, till they turn over the roster. Think about what it used to be like. You get a new coach. Well, we'll be bad for about 3 years. You just knew that. Maybe we'll get to 5 and 7. It is nice that any team out there in 1 year can just kind of flip everything and be good.
At the same time, you can understand how nationally people don't think Missouri is going to be anywhere near as good as they were last year. They lost Brady Cook and Luther Burden and Theo Weiss, and they lost a number 1 pick on the offensive line. And so if you're not really tuned into the program, why would you possibly think they're going to be as good as they were?
Well, the STL Gator agrees with you, Doug. I gather he's a Florida Gator fan,
Yeah.
big DJ Lagway guy, and he says cupcake schedule's finally catching up and no quarterback to be named yet. It's a smoke and mirrors record. That's from the STL Gator.
Huh.
What they even have a record yet?
I think he's maybe talking about the last 2 seasons.
Oh, you can say what you want. Beat Florida's ass.
Do you think they're going to be as good or better than they were last year?
I don't know. How could anyone know not knowing your center? So that's like I said. I get people being like cautious about ranking them high, but I also think Tim and I have talked about this on Balloon Party going years back and on TMA as well. Brand names, and anytime you're doing preseason polls, when in doubt, the brand is probably going to get the edge over a perceived fringe team, as Missouri is.
Based on past performance.
Jackson, new segment, hater or homer, and you can farm it off.
You know what? That is nice sports talk radio, hackneyed stuff.
You
I
can
like
probably sell it off to Bristol at some point.
Yeah.
Hater or homer? If I said I think Mizzou's going 8-4, does that make me a hater or a homer?
I think that's right in the sweet spot in between.
Yeah, I think
I might ask you to show your work.
Yeah.
Martin, do you want to show your work?
Where those 4 losses might...
I kind of workshopped it in my head the other day. I was going back. I wanted to just have a number handy.
Bama,
if you asked me.
An easy one.
South Carolina, Alabama.
You have 8 home games.
A&M and Oklahoma are all ranked.
Okay, but if you go 6-2 at home and 2-2 on the road, 500 on the, and 6-2 is pretty respectable, right? So now I'm at 8-4. But now you're saying, okay, which 2 are they going to lose between South Carolina, Alabama, Kansas?
A&M.
You got A&M in there, too.
Of those 4, can I tell you that they'll probably lose 2 of them?
Yeah, I mean, you can say whatever you'd like.
Wow. This guy's banty over
now
here.
he's getting pissed. Now you're
Not by
pissed.
being pissed.
Do you think they'll be better than 8-4?
And now
I don't
you
know.
got, and then okay, so I'm just saying of those 4, I could see them losing 2. Not being a hater, not being
I
a
don't see
homer.
them losing to Kansas. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I'm willing to be exposed on that. That's fine.
Would you take Monday's show off?
Nope. Be here with
just
bells
sit here.
on.
Would you?
Bells
Yeah, that's right.
on. Bells and glitter.
As long as
New
it's not
segment.
that white T-shirt you had on yesterday.
Bells and glitter.
Yeah, whatever.
Drink is the Tom Thibodeau of men's college football. Doug, as opposed to the women's game. That's from Hard-Bodied.
Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau's a great coach, so I don't get that. Maybe a hair thing. Tom Thibodeau has about 8 collective hair strands left.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, he needs to shave it off bad. But boy, can he coach up a defense.
Is the Tom Thibodeau reference like his team will be decent, but nothing will really come from it? Is that kind
A
of what
couple
they're
Eastern
saying?
Conference Finals appearances.
Well, I mean, what do you gather they're saying?
I don't know. It's a dumb text.
Oh, it's a dumb text.
Just because
I think Mizzou boy, also known as a movie boy, is getting a little worked up about this Tiger talk.
No, I'm not. I'm
You're
staying
a
here
true
quietly,
son.
just answering questions, and then everyone else is like, "Oh, Jackson seems a little pissed."
Well, you
What?
do.
Just because you say it doesn't make it true.
Warson Woods Wacko, who is reporting Sam Horn will be the starting quarterback, says Missouri will lose to Auburn, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M, and that is it. If that's the case,
That's a Bama W.
that means they're I would imagine close to the top 5 in the country when they roll into the plains.
Yeah, because that's
They're
a lot of early
undefeated.
wins. Yeah, that'd be a lot of early wins. You can't. To me, like A&M is one you got to win. Last year's performance at Kyle Field was so embarrassing.
And Mike Elko drives you up the wall.
No, I like Mike Elko.
What about
just
Shane
fine.
Beamer?
Stinks. I hate that guy.
Oh,
hate's
why
a strong
so much
word. Hate's a strong word.
It's the Fantasia song he did.
That, yeah. Him and Eric Musselman, I consider in the same camp, the former Arkansas
and
coach.
what
now
camp
USC.
is that? Because you've done this before with
Just a
Pat
little-
McAfee and Morgan Wallen, and I'm
little,
trying to figure out the ties.
It just seems like they got a chip on their shoulder for no reason. Like who hurt you? That's what I would say.
Who hurt you? Little spastic.
Well, Eric Musselman would take his shirt off and wave it over his head after a win.
Does Bruce Pearl bother you?
Yes.
Same way that Musselman and
No.
Beamer do? Interesting.
No.
I'm trying to figure this out.
No. I
Do you know what the traits are that they were hurt?
Show
They were
your
hurt
work.
based- Yeah, thank you, Mark.
How about Hurley at UConn? Does he bug you? He's the
There are
worst.
some parts
He's
that
the
are really
absolute
bad, like getting a tech in a late game situation because you can't control your emotion. There's some parts of it where I respect the passion, but it's case by case. I don't know why. And sometimes you just pick up a read on people that you don't like. Beamer certainly has that for me.
Hurley's the worst behaved, I think.
On the court, yeah, I would say.
Okay, but Drankwitz you're good with.
So hater
If
or
you can
homer?
keep getting 10 wins, yeah.
What do you got, Jackie? What do you got? Hater or homer? What's your number? What do you got? Season record for your.
Yeah, I like 8-4. I think that's a good
You think
number.
that's fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't upset you. That's not being.
Nothing
harsh.
would upset me. Someone could say they're going
Well,
to
I'm
lose
not-
every
that's
game.
okay.
I'm not going to be upset.
You think it's fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair.
And
I think
would
we're
you be
all
disappointed
operating
with-
in like fantasy world. We don't know what the team's going to look like. How are they going to be in the trenches? That decides a lot of things.
Got some players on D. Could be maybe win some
Like
low scoring
2023, they had a great team, but I would tell you that the main, like 1A and 1B was how good their offensive line was, one of the best in the country.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, I don't care who you have running the ball. I don't care who you have throwing the ball. It's going to be tough. And I don't think they had a great offensive line last year at certain points. And they had some up and down quarterback play. If you can get consistent quarterback play and a good offensive line, you can beat anybody in the country. I think 2023 proved that.
There we go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get after it. Let's go.
homer right there.
We are now
It's like Herb Brooks.
16 days away
Fight Tiger.
from the opening night game against Central Arkansas.
17 days away from number 12, Illinois, taking on Western Illinois. Libby Jack just hates bros and alpha males. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Eric Musselman and Shane Beer are bros?
Yeah, if those are your North Stars, man, best of luck on your voyage.
Doug, I like that. If those are your North Stars, man, best of luck on your voyage.
Gonna get lost.
I didn't say that. Okay. I didn't show my work.
Missouri has the 26th easiest schedule based on 2023 opponents' win total in 2024. What see ya about that? That's from STL Gator.
What see you about that?
This is why I love college football.
Yeah, it is great. I'm a big fan of Brandon Walker of Barstool, and he put out his top 25, and you would have thought he was like kicking people's puppies. Like the replies are just like
People are so upset by it.
Just
no one's
browbeating
seen
them.
anyone play yet, but they all know exactly who's going to be good and who's not.
We don't know who the effing quarterback is, and we're talking about records? Stop it! So the Warren County Wizards.
Gosh. That's Warren County. That's Wright City, isn't it? I think it is.
So, Big Boys Fried Chicken. You want to go get some today?
Oh, well, sure. It's not open anymore.
It was an easy sell.
Yeah, I know. That's the only tough part is they shut it down. Well, Doug, you're right. Once the leaves start changing, will be about the time that hopeful Mizzou fan transitions into a grieved Mizzou fan. A tale as old as time. That's from Big Tuft.
And I'm willing to get my heart broken year in and year out. I would take that over not having a team or choosing not to root for a team. So,
and then just choosing to root against everybody's team?
Yeah, I guess everyone you need emotion, and that's fine. Whatever you can elicit it, solicit it.
Well, we've got a plucky little club.
Yeah,
it's a good team to root for Mizzou.
Absolutely.
I think we're probably never, ever in our lifetimes anyway going to get to be where Alabama is or Texas or some of these schools that just crank out high school stars by the dozens. We don't have that in Missouri, really. We've got a few, but we don't turn out the players that some of these other places do. So the fact that we're competitive at all against those other schools is probably a good thing. It is a good thing. It's not probably a good thing. It is a good thing.
Missouri State's got a better non-conference schedule than Missouri. That's from the total package. Now Missouri State fans have entered into the conversation.
Okay. Yes. Well, because they're one of the blood donors that the other big boys want to schedule, probably.
Oh, my God.
Wasn't that it?
Yes.
Text in your anger about your college football team's disrespect. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. 247 friends have gathered and talking it over, including Chairman Kurt is in there talking with the never-ending wipe, Tanner Skidmarks, Darth 007, Walrus King, Cardinals Cowboy Pontoon. They're all in there talking it over. You can get in there as well. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug. I mean, if you're given your Mount Rushmore of songs on the Thriller album, is this on there? It's on mine.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
Nice. What would else be?
You want 3 more?
From the Thriller album?
Well, the other 3 best, I don't think I even need to mention their names because everyone knows them.
Yeah, you're probably right about
It'd be
that.
an insult
They're
for
3
me.
of the biggest Michael Jackson songs. Maybe the 3 biggest.
Yeah. Billie Jean.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. I don't know the names. I know when they come on.
The titular song.
Don't say titular to
Wow,
me.
how will I explain that to my kids tonight?
What's your language?
The titular song.
Titular song. The title song. The Thriller.
There you go.
Okay.
Nice. Well, Martin, he's almost home.
Is that?
Yeah, that was nice.
She's Out of My Life.
Sorry.
Was that on that album? Oh, don't look at me with that expression.
Weird Al
I'm
did a
very
take on it.
disappointed.
Weird Al made it about food.
Weird Al made it about food.
Tim, I thought it would help. I think I made it worse.
No. I don't know the titles of the songs.
Weird Al's song was called Eat It.
Okay, Beat It.
There you go.
Eat It.
All right.
Was PYT on there?
I believe so. Pretty young thing. Jackson with a Michael Jackson tribute today here on TMA. Is that what we're going with?
No, I just I have a random song generator that sometimes I'll hit
Oh, is that
it's
right?
kind of fun.
Sure it is.
And I selected 80s and hit random, and it gave me Human Nature.
All right.
So I was like, pretty good one.
Guys, I just started listening randomly and curious what got the little paper boy so upset. See, I think people...
This is, if anyone's ever like, what's gaslighting, it's the last 25 minutes of this program.
What about yesterday's 10 o'clock hour and the listeners weren't happy with your shirt? Was that gaslighting?
That was rage baiting. And
God, I love
successful.
papers.
Successful.
Yeah, that really surprisingly irritated you.
Well,
Martin, I don't know if you
like-
remember yesterday Jackson had a wrinkled T-shirt on. It didn't even cross my mind. You could offer me $100,000 to remember what everybody was wearing yesterday, and I would just go, I would just take it. I can't figure it out. But for whatever reason, they dug in on Jackson's shirt yesterday, and in a surprising development, it kind of got to him a little bit.
What I liked when I was listening on my way to Lindenwood, and when I was listening, I like that they're coming fast and furious, and you usually have a good verbal defense. And finally, he said, "It's a little more wrinkled than I realized."
Yeah, you guys make a concession. Got to be. This is a good faith discussion. I thought
It's a good faith discussion.
but it was like an assault. I was like being shelled with complaints about my T-shirt.
You think radio was better before YouTube? Before it was also
it's
TV?
definitely better for those who wear wrinkled T-shirts.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say better for the industry.
Yeah.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood, 2023 Listener of the Year on TMA, says gaslighting is a term that ladies invented to excuse their horrible behavior. That's from Steve in Wildwood. Is that true?
Why? I don't know.
No,
Jackson,
it's
do you
not
agree
true.
with that?
No, it's not true.
To excuse their horrible behavior. Well, Steve knows something a little bit about horrible behavior. He's said some horrible things on this show.
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
How about that?
We had to block him a little while ago. He got a 20% tariff.
So he's been blocked.
Well, he was blocked, I see, on the 22nd of July.
He was like on 2 days ago or like on Friday.
Yeah, well, the 2 days expired.
Yeah,
but the 20% tariff.
But the punishment, that lasts a lifetime.
It hurts, stings. Sure. Yeah, there'll be a mark.
Well, it stung for the Colorado Rockies last night as the Cardinals rallied, utilizing a Miles Mikolas Jim Dandy of a start, and Brendan Donovan coming off the bench despite injury, first time playing in a few days, and he comes through. Here is Ali Marmol in the move to put Donovan in to pinch hit for Pedro Pajes.
Here's the thing, like in a perfect world, he takes an at bat and you keep him off his feet after that. If you have a chance to win, that Donovan's never going to tell you he can't go out there and play an inning of defense. We're going to take our shot every night. It's going to be fun doing it. And tonight was a night to go ahead and do it. So we felt good about it. I'm glad it worked. That was awesome, man. I mean, hasn't played in a couple days to go out there, take a big at bat in a big moment. That's an awesome swing there, and to be able to drive into that worked out perfectly, and we need to continue to build off of that. But that's a fun moment for everybody.
Yeah. Probably one of the biggest hits of the season, because if they lose that game to a god awful team, the whole narrative again is, oh man, the Cardinals are so bad,
especially after you get a good Mikolas start.
Right. But now it's, well, they kind of got something going here the last week or so.
something to build on, maybe.
Donovan said the groin injury started in June, but it started in his feet. And then he said, everything moves its way up. I thought it was interesting.
A groin injury started in his foot.
A groin injury, yeah. He said he was, I guess, because he was overcompensating or something in his foot, and then all of a sudden it affected his leg, and then later affected his groin. It sounded like a game of operation, the way he was explaining it.
I guess I can see that. When you have a bad foot, you start to walk different, run a little bit different, then you hurt other things.
But he stayed in the game is what Ollie was talking about.
Yeah, he was out on the field there talking it over with Mason Wynn. When the Cardinals closed it out, they will have an opportunity to continue the play here this evening against the Rockies. And then after the day game tomorrow, day off, and the New York Yankees come to town, and they are not happy in New York. The Mets off yesterday, but they continue with the 7-game losing streak, trying to snap that this week. And the Yankees have had their issues as of late as well. They are only 7 games over 500 after a quick start to the season. Cardinals will take on the Yankees on Friday, Doug, here in St. Louis.
And the Cardinals really, if you're thinking playoffs, they're chasing the Mets and the Reds more than anybody else. The Cubs and Padres are a little bit ahead of them. It's going to be hard to catch them. But the Mets and the Reds are right there for the Cardinals to catch. Then they get in the wild card. You know what Daddy says about the wild card?
What's that?
Daddy likey.
Oh, my.
And once we get in the wild card, I don't see anybody stopping this club.
Ain't no stopping us down. No stopping us down. So the Cardinals would play the 3 seed. That would be a team that would win their division, but then would get 2 home games in the best of 3 series. And Doug, right now, should that happen, believe it or not, that means they would be taking on the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Bring them on,
we'll
just to knock them down.
Perfect.
Just beat them in best of 3.
Yeah, do it again.
Yeah.
Sonny Gray
Easy
likes
money.
the weather out there. It's not real wet, and the ball gets wet. It's dry. He enjoyed that Dodger Stadium last week. He said conditions being a part of it. So there we go.
Everything's just wet.
Oh.
So you got the Game 1 win with Mikolas.
But it will be up against Ohtani. He'll hit 3 home runs and strike out 15. So it'll be tough to win that first one.
Says you. The Brewers have the best record in baseball by 5
They're
games.
30 games over.
That's unbelievable.
And I don't think there's a soul outside of Milwaukee who thinks they're going to win the World Series.
No.
And it was kind of the same thing as we've drawn the parallel to what we saw with the Winnipeg Jets this year.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, best team in hockey. Not going to win the Stanley Cup. Oh, yeah, best team in baseball. Not going to win the World Series.
Brand names kind of get into.
We're talking that to the college football poll.
Yeah, it's kind of brand. And roster construction, too.
Do the Cardinals have a brand name?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. The Brewers are now down to 4th. They were 9th last week, shortest odds to win the World Series. It's still the Dodgers at plus 250, Phillies plus 650. Actually, they're tied with the Tigers, plus 1,000. And the Mariners, by the way. How about that? little sneaker play. Doug, Cardinals odds still. You put $100 on them, and the Cardinals win the World Series, you will receive 300 $1 bills, or 300 $100 bills, I should say. You will receive $30,000 if the Cardinals win the World Series, if you throw $100 on it.
Okay. It's looking better every day, isn't it? Looking better.
At this point, it's like a coin flip.
Yeah. Because at this point, you really do like their chances to win the whole thing.
I agree with you.
I mean, we beat Colorado last night. What more do you want to see?
Nice. The Rockies' chances to win the National League West are not listed. I think they have been eliminated. The Diamondbacks are plus 50,000 if they were to win the National League West. Dodgers minus 650 still to win the National League West. You are welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in. You can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well. And then you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. We welcome you to become a client as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. I get these emails from listeners, and it is wonderful to see. And I got this one here saved in my inbox. Gentleman said, my previous HVAC service provider doing a routine maintenance check of my AC system told me that they suspected a leak. The process of searching for a leak is over $1,000. Then they tried to sell me on a brand new system, even though mine has been running fine. I'll say that this is usual practice for this company. Every time they visit, they try to upsell me. This irritated me. So after hearing about how Design Air does not upsell from their ads on TMA, I gave them a call to come out for a second opinion. Larry. Oh, yeah, Doug.
Oh, the Silver
yeah.
Fox.
Larry from Design Air came out, looked things over, and gave me an honest appraisal, which is that everything is fine with my system, no evidence of leaks, and he did not recommend any repairs. He saved me thousands. Needless to say, I'm calling Design Air from now on. How about that endorsement? Yeah. That is from a TMA listener. I think it's pronounced Couture. I don't know. Jeremy Couture, Couture. Is that how you pronounce it?
Sure, yeah, let's go with that.
That's it. Email in for the Design Air heating and cooling email today. And if you want to support the sponsors, Design Air is online at designairservice.com. This program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Stop by your neighborhood Schnucks. Some call it Snooks. You can stop by there and save money on all your grocery items. They've been knocking down prices for months now, and they continue to do so. Popular items like Red Baron Pizza, Lean Cuisine. You've got the Chobani Blended 4-pack. That's Stoke that Jackson loves. It gets him going every morning. This is just a small sampling of all the different items where the prices have been dropped. Lowering prices on Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Remember, these are not sale items. These are dependable everyday prices that you can get at your neighborhood Schnucks. Download the Rewards app on top of that. Hopefully you've done that by now. If not, you'll find out what it's like. Every time you check out, they'll let you know your balance. You're accumulating not just points, you're accumulating actual cash in your account that you can use to pay for your groceries. Rewards app also allows for curbside pickup, home delivery. Schnucks delivers. That's something they've added in recent years. All your grocery needs, one spot, including reduced prices on thousands of items. You'll see it throughout the store. Everyday savings you can count on right now at your local Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Barring significant line movement, the Texas Longhorns will become the first top-ranked team to be an underdog in Week 1 as they play reigning national champion, number 3 team in the country, Ohio State, and their Week 1 opponent. That's a 2.5-point underdog are the Longhorns. Those in their SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, what's the music theme?
I don't know.
It's a random song generator. Just pumping out hit after hit. I love CeeLo.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Gnarls with a G.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas first game. You want to do a little scouting, boys? August 23rd on the 2 Fox. Fresno State coming to town. Tim, the quarterback for Fresno State.
Derek Carr.
Kurt Warner's son.
Yeah, E.J. Warner.
Yeah.
Who I'm assuming, I said this on TV last night, I'm assuming he was born in St. Louis because he was born in 2003. And Warner was still a member of the St. Louis Rams. Kansas, Fresno State, that's the popular 5:30 kick on the 2 Fox, August 23rd. If you want to do a little early scouting, Jackson.
Monday Night Football news. Laura Rutledge has been promoted to full-time to join Lisa Salters. Peter Schrager and Katie George will now be on the sidelines for ESPN's number 2 trio of Fowler, Riddick, and my personal favorite, Dan Orlovsky.
Mm-hmm. He'll have hot takes during the game?
I would imagine so.
Doug, did you notice yesterday Orlovsky rolled out his quarterback rankings?
Oh, gosh.
And he did them in 7 different traits. So he had 7 different traits. I don't know. Don't ask. I don't know what they are. And then he would let you know how many quarterbacks landed more times than one in these different trait categories. Do you know what I'm saying there, Doug?
Not especially, but I like the list.
You like the list?
What's the list?
I just wanted to mock the fact that he made a list of 7 different traits. We don't get to say anymore who's the best quarterback. No.
It's got to fit into one of the traits.
Arm strength. I'm making these up. I'll try and find it for you, Doug.
Okay.
I just mentioned that Texas-Ohio State game where Texas will be underdogs as the number 1 team. That game kicks off at 11 a.m.
I agree with where you're going with it. When I saw that, I thought, oh.
It's like, what are we doing?
And that's August 30th?
Yeah.
I mean, Doug, let's just picture it. It's Saturday night. We get done watching Human Centipede, and we can flip
I've never seen the picture.
Flip on over to watch.
I don't like documentaries that much.
The Longhorns head into the big old horseshoe to take on the defending national champions. No, I guess we'll just watch Human Centipede again because the game kicked off at 11 o'clock, led into by Urban Meyer, Brady Cook, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Lendale White, Pete Carroll, and everybody else from the 2005
season. Portnoy now, I think.
Oh, is that right?
I think they're borrowing the McAfee model, apparently. But I don't know. I don't know why, but personally, I think 11 a.m. kickoffs are great. I don't have any reason to believe
Jackson
that.
Jackson just shot you a look. I mean, he shot you a look.
Is that a television thing?
2 Fox vehicle.
Fair, very fair. No, that sucks. That sucks. That game should be played at 2:30 or more likely 7 p.m.
But at 11, aren't you ready for a good game at that point too?
Not that game.
Not the what could be the best game of the year at 11 a.m.
Like Fresno State, Kansas is a good 11 a.m. game.
I'm drinking coffee while watching the best game of the year. It's insane.
You should have had your coffee a few hours earlier than that.
I like 2 cups.
We're almost getting into lunchtime at 11.
For some.
Fella.
All right.
Tim, I have the 7
it's
categories.
Just lame. Yeah, please.
Doug wants to hear the 7.
Dan Orlovsky, Doug, is saying that for a second straight year, I rank the best of the best in 7 different skills. You ready? Arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision making, pocket presence, define that, rushing ability, and second reaction creativity.
Oh. Jesus. And who is he to be the arbiter of all these things?
He played in the league. He loves the Lions. Mechanics, decision making, pocket presence, rushing. Okay, who do you think is the best arm strength? We're going to go in until I have to pay for this list. I'll be able to read some of it.
Burr.
Arm strength.
Burrow.
Josh Allen.
Oh. Okay, we're going to have to guess on each one of these.
Breaking it down.
Okay.
Ball placement goes to Joe Burrow. You think that'll affect his season? He's probably going to find out. Mechanics, Joe Burrow. Decision making with the football, Joe Burrow.
Oh,
Wow. That's good.
Pocket presence, Joe Burrow.
It's all Joe Burrow. It's all Joe Burr.
And now rushing ability. Who do you think that goes
Jackson.
to? Yes.
You know what, Martin? Lisa Ann, former regular on the program, fantasy football analyst. Some might know her from some of her films. She shared a bed with Jackson in Jamaica in January of 2023 when we all went down there and did the program. And she said that Jackson had Joe Burrow-like swagger. How about that? Remember that, Papers?
She did say that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at me like...
What say you?
Yeah. I
just think the interplay between Jackson and Martin there was something to behold. I hope you were tuned in on YouTube.
His chair is higher than mine, so he actually was looking down.
By
at
design.
me.
I'm like a pharmacist.
Down in here like a pharmacist.
Yeah.
Looking down at me to let you know, yeah, she said it.
That's right.
Good for you, buddy.
Yeah,
Good
it was
for
very
you.
kind of her.
Do you have good pocket presence?
I don't think I would have made a very good quarterback.
Why not?
What are your mechanics like?
I can't yell. I don't think I'd have a good cadence.
Yell. That's the only reason you wouldn't be a good
I don't think I'd have a good cadence. Like, I don't think people would hear what I was doing. I don't think I'd be believable at the line. I can't remember all those plays with my ADD.
Oh. You put them on your wrist. Like
Not to mention just a general lack of arm power.
Oh, well, it's a bunch of strikes against you.
Not very fast. Slower than I look.
Another one. Yeah.
I told you I'm positionless in football.
How about Holder?
I don't really know. That's a lot of pressure. Shout out to my boy Jack Fox holding all those kicks in Detroit.
Ledoux's own.
The very same.
Does this Jackson Lisa Ann story have any validity? That's from the Never Ending Wipe. Never Ending Wipe, you'll have to call in. I don't know which part you're talking about, but she did say that Jackson had Joe Burrow's swagger, and they did share a bed for 3 nights, I believe, in Jamaica.
But there were pillows between the two of them, right?
She built a fort.
Oh, that didn't happen.
You built the fort.
There was no real fort.
I thought you said there was like a clear...
I mean, I think there was a pillow that was just naturally there. That kind of was the dividing line. But I was more than behind the line.
Were you wearing glitter?
No, that
you
was
weren't handsy or
pre-glitter.
anything, were you?
No, not
Were
at all.
you careful?
Yes.
To not be?
Yes.
Like, was there any accidental brush-ups?
No. If that pillow was the line of scrimmage, I was playing like linebacker. Like I was
You're right
far
on the edge
behind
of the
line.
bed.
Yeah. There was no encroachment.
Yeah.
Well off the line.
And I sleep on my face, so...
Oh, that's right. That muffles any snoring.
Certainly.
I would think that would affect your swagger a little bit.
How about this?
Seeing that.
Jackie P is a catch. He's a damn fine human being. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
It's very kind of you. Thank you, your mom's lesbian lover. Very kind.
Jackson, did you offer a foot rub? That's from the 314.
I didn't. And in hindsight, that was a mistake. You know, it's a nice thing to offer somebody.
But do you think it could have been considered forward? It's like the opening scene of Pulp Fiction.
Yes, it would have been.
You think?
Sure.
Well, what if, like, it's all context. Like, what if she had said, like, oh, man, or my dog's barking? Could I then
That's
be
what John
like...
Candy said in P's, T's, and A's?
Yeah.
Am I right on that?
Right after he was smoking while eating a hot dog, which is one of the more impressive feats you can ever see. If she would have said, like, boy, my feet are tired, I'd be like, you know, a very platonic foot rub is on the table.
I guess in that situation had been okay.
Okay, thank you. We're on the same page. But yes, I agree with you. If I just, you know, out of nowhere, you know, she's like, oh, I could use a boat drink. I was like, how about a foot rub? That would be forward.
Yes, it would.
What you're saying. Face and pillow pegging definitely took place. That's from Minute Bowl eligible. Jackson, do you want to refute that? Because that's Minute Bowl eligible.
I will refute. I'll refute one time, and then I won't speak on the topic again. I refute
really? That's it.
Minute
This is
Bowl
the end right
eligible's
here.
claim.
This is like Michael Jordan on The Last Dance. This is it. I'm done talking about it.
Yep. I have set the record straight.
Okay.
I would have thought Jackson was more of a Sharon and Clayton type of guy. What does that mean?
I don't know. We gotta do better with text on providing context for the hosts.
Not a good one.
And teasing. Texting and
We
teasing.
got to get better at
Whether
teasing.
you're the
Let's
guy
improve.
texting at 8:30 p.m. complaining about me, or that
Papers,
text
this
right
is
there.
your fault. 8:27 p.m. timestamp Monday night. Text line.
Right. Some context. We do not live inside your brain, therefore we don't know exactly what you're talking about. Sometimes you have to kind of verbalize it.
Verbalize it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat if you could. Never-ending wipe. Chairman Kurt just told them to call in, I see, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The number's 314-974-0101. I'm about to do a live endorsement for James Carlton, but it's also a You Make the Call.
Okay.
Is that Alcoa that would present?
Nicely done. Very nice. NFL Sunday afternoon games on
You Make the
CBS.
Call.
So You Make the Call. All right, here we go. So I'm emailing with James last night. I love James Carlton. I've been a client of his now for 6 years. First off, he's just a really good guy. But secondly, he runs a hell of a business in Webster Groves, local, 314-961-4800 or online at carltoninsurance.net. All right, here's the You Make the Call. Martin, Doug, I want to hear what you guys think.
Okay.
So we go on vacation, family vacation, about a month and a couple weeks ago, 4th of July weekend. July 3rd to be specific. Pick up the rental car. We get on I-95, and I'm telling you, not even a minute. We're on I-95. A pebble shoots up, hits the windshield, cracks the windshield.
Yeah.
Bad beat. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
I'm insured with James Carlton. I knew that I was going to get hit with a charge. They did send a letter last night to my email junk folder. Luckily, I saw it. Saying that the charge is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, $775. My deductible is $250. Do you pay the deductible or do you pay the $775? Now I realize, before the hillbilly community is activated, I am well aware that one is $525 less. Well aware of it. However, the conversation was, it's not great to be filing a bunch of claims, especially, relatively speaking, minor claims. But I'm not really great with paying out $800 just for a pebble hitting my windshield. You know what I mean? Martin, Alcoa presents You Make the Call. Well, you're put to the test. You can't tell if the guy's on the flush draw if he has a set. I get it. I've been there.
I think you got to pay for the windshield. I just did this. We just had this situation.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So you're.
I should know the deductible. I don't, but paid it because it's not worth the claim long term. I think over the course of the next 3 years. I don't know. Did James have an? Are you gonna give us an answer?
Of course, I'm going to.
I think you just pay it, get it replaced, keep it off the record.
Doug.
Well, my first thought was you call James Carlton and find out.
I got what he's
going to go up. And if he tells you, no, you're all right because this is the only thing that's happened in the last 5 years, or if he says, yeah, the rates are probably going to go up, then you make your decision then.
James told me to, if it were him, not file it.
Yeah, not file it.
Pay it, like you were saying, Martin.
Yeah.
I got a pebble hit my car, $800.
We went to a lacrosse tournament in Indianapolis. You're already spending money. Oh, my gosh, got to go to Indy for the lacrosse. Oh, love it. Great sport. Love the kids. Love anything that the kids want to do. Driving back from said weekend, pebble. Actually, you know what? It was on the way up. My wife said, I think a pebble hit the window. I said, no, it didn't. And on the way back, it started going spidering.
Yes, that's what happened. That's exactly
and
what happened with me. My wife said it's not going to get in, and then sure enough.
Happened to me this year, too. Sucks.
What'd you end up doing, Pappas?
Claim. Filed it. Yeah.
Wonder if there's big pebble out there that's just like making sure these windshields.
I had a crack in my windshield.
You had it too?
Yeah.
God, what'd you do?
But the car was under warranty. It wasn't a pebble or anything. It was under warranty. Thank God, because some of these new windshields have so much technology in them where you can actually see the speed limit in the windshield. It was $2,500 for the windshield.
Holy smokes.
But it was covered because I had a
warranty.
A warranty on it, yeah.
Well, somebody just texted in they pay $5 a month for glass protection, free replacement. I don't know anything about
That's
it.
probably worth it.
Over the course, if within 5 years you have to replace it, then it would be worth it, yeah.
$60, yeah, your math is about right there.
Yeah, it'd probably be worth it.
Seems like maybe they need to make a stronger windshield that can repel some of these little pebbles.
The good thing is it cracks, but it seldom shatters.
Right, that's the newer technology.
Right. Like
It's not a fault of yours. Your rates won't go up. That's from Well Endowed. Is that accurate? I don't know anything about this. That's why I reached out to James Carlton.
I think it's still a claim, though.
I'm like barely an adult, so I feel like I shouldn't be in this conversation.
Barely an adult. There's a replacement company out there. I clearly won't say their name, but you go online and then you book it. Oh, okay, that's what it costs. You give them your VIN number and all that. And I booked it online, and then they said it was $500. And then booked the appointment, set everything up. Day later, got an email back. Oh, we just noticed yours falls into this different category. It'd actually be $1,100.
Sure.
Yeah. The move
And I
is
said, oh, interesting, because we have an appointment that you set up, and now it just changed.
Yeah. The move is as soon as it happens, go get it repaired, because as long as it's like less than $1 bill length, you can
Before
get
it
it repaired
expands.
instead of replaced.
Yes.
You got to do it, which sucks because you're like, oh, this little crack won't do anything, but you got to do it then.
Well, I guess I have a solution. Send me the invoice, Tim. I will pay it for you. That's from MD 2020. So appreciate that. And then Chairman Steve says he is starting a GoFundMe to pay for the windshield. So, Doug, it looks like some things have been tended to. That was my goal.
Right, that's why you brought it up.
And got the James Carlton endorsement. In addition to my windshield paid for, thank you to all of the listeners who have raised the money for my $800 windshield from a pebble hitting it on I-95 July 3rd.
Just put some money out front here at Hubbard. Just throw some cash at the window.
James Carlton online at carltoninsurance.net. He got back to me within like 5 minutes. The guy's a wizard. He's the best. All right, we'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, and I am telling you about Universal Windows Direct. That's Universal Windows Direct, 314-334-2522, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. We have all been experiencing the heat this summer. Man, we got a respite from it last week, but wow. It was rough yesterday. Going to be rough today if your windows are not doing their job. Your cool air is going right out the window, literally. And that is why now is the time to call Universal Windows Direct for their buy two windows, get two free offer. And the best part is you'll pay no interest over 5 years. Their super spacer technology will keep the hot air out and the cold air in. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. And once you feel the difference, you'll be saying what I say. I love my windows. Doug, we've had Michael Jackson's Human Nature. We had CeeLo, Crazy. Or was that
Gnarls Barkley?
Well, it's CeeLo, but
it's Gnarls Barkley.
DBA Gnarls
Nelson
Barkley.
Riley?
Again, the
Charles
condescending
Nelson
look
Riley.
I'm getting, Tim, over. It's getting awkward.
Yeah, there's some tension in that
Jeez.
alliance. Boy, Jackson's Phil Ivying you now.
Well,
I just saw it.
Yeah.
What you mean mugging me, boy?
Mean
All I
mugs and
said was
shoulder
Gnarls
shrugs.
Barkley.
That's the group, but the singer, he said CeeLo. You were saying like you were correcting.
But the band is Gnarls Barkley, that's all.
Martin, me and Kurt have a meeting once a week for our alliance, so I'll let you know where it's located. Yeah. It's like Salazzo and McCluskey.
I'm open for business like NIL.
Jump off the bandwagon now. Best of luck.
Sell high, or am I selling low?
I really want to hear this, but I don't know if I want to do it at 9:36. But at the same time, I don't know if doing it in the 7 o'clock hour is better. I haven't heard this. This is going to intrigue the hell out of me. I could see me doing a whole QFTA on it. So I'm going to do it. F it, I'm going to do it. Has anybody heard? I see Chairman Kurtz putting the headphones on. Have you heard this clip?
I have not.
I'm very confident that Martin and Doug have not heard it. It's the last Fun with Audio in the Stiefel dossier today here on TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson, why don't you frame it and then deliver it?
Sure. So this comes from the Ringer's podcast called The Big Picture.
Doug, you ever listen to The Big Picture?
No, I don't.
Sean Fennessy and Amanda Dobbins. I would say it's one of the key inspirations for what I do on Movie Boy, their work on The Big Picture. And they were doing a mailbag segment, and the hate listen came up. People who hate listen to stuff. Mm-hmm. And I believe Sean Fennessy here gives what I think is at least a very interesting psychology of it all. Here you go, Doug.
All right.
You don't like this podcast, I really don't know why you're listening. Just that's a blanket statement for almost every single day.
But you know why.
Well,
this podcast is made in the image of Howard Stern and Mike and the Mad Dog, where the hate listen is as common as the love listen.
I guess I do know that, but like I don't think that's a way to live personally.
It's not something I would do.
Yeah, I once again, I think you should find something you like or go outside.
People just want something that has like a strong communication and feeling, and that disagreeing is a powerful energy. And that listening to people with whom you disagree has its own merits. Like there is something to that. So like I think there is a fine line between hate listening, which is something we hear all the time as podcasters and people who work at a podcast company, but it isn't always hate. It's like it's in seek of confrontation that is one-sided, which is the thing that I think people want in this very weird media atmosphere that we exist in right now.
Sure.
I can shout at you without getting anything returned at me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's why you're wrong culture is a thing.
Action!
No, I like
Doug, I bet you love that.
Yeah.
Here's why you're wrong culture.
Right. But it's like an argument with that you're having in your own head and you're always winning.
Okay, I had been wanting to hear that because you told me about that clip. Because Doug has wondered aloud, Martin, for more than 10 years, why someone would listen to something that they hate. And I would think when the gentleman, Sean Fennessy is the person's name, brings up it's the Howard Stern thing, on that, which there's a famous scene in the movie Private Parts in which they said, look, his ratings are up. And they go, but we get so many people who hate him. And they go, but that's the thing. The people who hate him, the ratings are up even higher. But that was when you didn't have podcasting. I think that scene was based in the 1980s. So at that point, there's not podcasting. So if you want to listen to a show, you're going, oh, this is what I'm stuck with. That's one thing. But to hate listen to a podcast, at that point, you're going out of your way to subscribe it and or seek it out. That surprises me. But they bring it up like it's commonplace.
Yeah, I think that, to his point about people are just seeking to feel something, and disagreement disagreement just generally is a powerful emotion. And, some people like to listen to stuff because they enjoy it, but other people live somewhat of a pretty routine life and they rarely get a level of adrenaline rush, and disagreeing with someone strongly is an adrenaline rush.
But there's no comp in the music world. Like if you hate country music and you're in your car, you don't just turn on country music. Oh my God, you don't just sit there and consume it.
Yeah, I would say listening to music is almost animalistic, where you can't really verbalize why you like some song. It's just deep within you, you know.
Correct.
It makes you happy.
But I'm saying you would never listen to something you hate on the music world.
Right.
But in talk radio, sports radio, you would consume it. And I know what Tim's saying. You really have to go out of your way.
Yeah,
in the
for
podcast world, it's not in front of you. Oh, my God, these jerkwads are on again.
Nice.
Oh, my God.
What's your language?
I was dangerously close.
I know. I liked it.
But were you in your car like, oh, God.
Right.
But in the podcast, you had to go find it. And
I wonder if perhaps the number of haters is overestimated.
Not on this show.
If it's because a few people are complaining loudly.
That's a vocal minority.
Take that to mean, that's a bunch of people.
It's a vocal minority.
You go into a store, you hear Karen complaining, wanting to see the manager. She doesn't really speak for all customers.
For sure. But the vocal minority.
She's a hater.
It's the human nature, though, to focus on the detractor. The loudest voice in the room who's detracting.
Squeaky wheel.
How about this? I listen to this show despite hating communism. That's from Bricklebottom.
Okay.
Interesting.
I hate communism, too.
Okay.
Is this why Colin Cowherd is popular? That's from the Sun Launcher. Does he have a lot of hate listeners?
I think he is like a good example because he does his show by and large alone. And so like people who aren't fans of him can listen and, like they said in the clip, like have a one-sided argument with him, and they're always going to win it in their head. And that is like this like positive feedback loop in their mind, where the more I listen to this guy and can disagree with them and feel smarter because of it, that is creating an emotion that is strong.
Really interesting to me. I've never heard this thought process.
That's why I clipped it, because I had never heard anything like that. And I thought it was, even if some disagree with it, and even I disagree with parts, like I find it very interesting.
I know it's kind of embarrassing to acknowledge you hate listen, so maybe people wouldn't want to do it because it might, convey a bit of a, whatever you want to call it, situation, I guess. Do you hate listen to anything?
No. I would think that this hate listen idea is like very common in like politics, like political stuff, reading the other side and disagreeing with them. And again, having a one-sided argument in your head. I think that would be more often than like a sports radio show or a
But you were saying Colin Cowherd has a hate listen.
Yeah, for sure. I would say political is more common than something like a sports talk radio. But I think that that's still, And a lot of times sports radio dips into politics, this, that, and the other.
But it's really personality driven. Like music, you don't equate it with a person. Even like, let's say local TV. If you hate so-and-so that does the news, you're never going to watch. I mean, you're not going to hate watch the news, are you? Are you gonna, hey, ER, stupid show. Yeah, I watch it every Thursday night. I hate it.
Right.
You don't,
But like reality TV, I think people, that's part of it.
Hate the characters,
They just hate everything about it, but yet can't help themselves but keep watching. Because they want to see what happens next, and again, it's creating this emotion.
In the podcast world, why would you spend your time if it's right in front of you? You may hate the Cardinal organization right now, but you're like, I don't know, it's baseball. I'm gonna take it in. But a podcast, let's see, I'm gonna go listen to this because I just
seems like
hate
it'd be so frustrating.
Yes,
agreed. I think like they said in the clip, there's way better outlets for such things. Like I understand wanting to feel something, but I wouldn't recommend that.
Chairman Kurt is getting chemical. I just went to the YouTube chat. Chairman Kurt, share what you just shared in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL.
Yeah, I think the emotion of hate is a physiological response. It affects your adrenaline, your cortisol, your oxytocin. So even though it is perceived as like a negative emotion, there's internal things happening, and I think it's just an addicting feeling.
Right.
Whether you're, how I'm not immune to it. How often do we go look at the social media of somebody that's an ex or an op or something? We seek out things that are going to spike those hormones.
And I'm not saying this to mock it because I know that absolutely goes on. That's not something that I personally do. And the only thing that I can draw a parallel to is there, and listen, I'm not trying to like groom people on golf. For me, it's what I listen to. Don't talk about it much here. A podcast called No Laying Up, and there's one person who's a regular on there that personally I just kind of don't get why he's on, but whatever. I'm sure people could say that about me on here or whatever. Take your pick, doesn't matter. Point being, I like the overall show, so I kind of put up with that. But if I was a podcast, I'm like, man, I hate this podcast. I just go, well, I'm not just going to listen. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to get angry about it. I just don't listen to it, which is the approach that Doug has tried to convey over the years on this program.
I don't know why you would put yourself into that.
Right, which is then that
just
goes
makes
into
you
Chairman
mad.
Kurtz explaining why he thinks some people do.
But then I would just think of it as like a waste of time. Like you're going to spend the better part of 55 minutes trying to create that emotion. Like just go on TikTok for 5 seconds. You'll get there.
I hate listening to this show, but always tune in to see Doug's sweet, sweet ass. That's from Sergeant Major Stolen Valor in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. So people might not like the show, but they want to see you.
Yeah.
I guess. I've always been a victim of my handsomeness.
Clip that off.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah, well, you're sex personified.
Yeah. Whatever you have to do to stay employed, that's what you do.
Nerd! That's from Thanks, Dad. I don't know if Doug Ellie just
I
was
saw
nerd.
that. I was trying to understand nerd.
Have we ever got an explanation from Mason Wynn's Oven Mitt why he was mad with Jackson at 8:27 last night? All right.
I can't win them all.
Mason Wynn's Oven Mitt we'd like to know more about. I hate Doug. I hate Martin and Jackson, but I still listen. There you go. From Rusty Shackelford. Cowherd sucks.
Was that your opinion or was that just a text?
For the matter of this question, I was just reading a text. Somebody said Stephen A. Smith. That's probably a good example where maybe he drives you crazy, but you still...
But that, to me, is like getting mad at the character that, John Cena's playing on Monday night. You know?
But that's an easy barrier to get over in your head.
What do you mean?
Like, you could easily be like, okay, I know, like, deep down, I know this guy is,
playing a character?
Jazz hands, but...
Jazz hands.
But in my mind, I can be like, okay, he's on obviously a major platform and a well-respected brand. Like, I can take this as serious. And then, again, have that argument in my head with myself, come out the winner. And like Chairman was saying, all the biological byproducts of that are beneficial in a way. Again, I think there's way healthier outlets to do all of these things than listening to, again, if you're a podcast, like an hour and a half to do this. Yeah, I would agree. Like,
it seems like it would just lead to rage. It would just make you angry.
But that's what some people are like looking. The people, it's not necessarily anger, laughter, happiness, just any emotion outside of what they're used to on a day-to-day basis.
I guess. I'm sure there's some. I can't think that's a very large number of people.
It's part of this generation not really having strife at all. Like in The Matrix, we as humans crave pain and anger. That's from the 314.
Well, I don't crave pain and anger, I can tell you that.
Not having strife. Is the generation before my generation just chock full of strife?
Doug, rank the strife of generations.
I would say that the greatest generation had a boatload of strife.
Oh, God, yeah.
I would say after that.
The strife is different.
Yeah.
For the current generation. Now the strife
Slow
is...
internet.
Slow internet.
Gosh,
the pressure of
dang.
social media.
For sure.
I think they could get rid of a lot of that if they just said that you can't have a smartphone until you're like 18. Mm-hmm. You can have a flip phone, keep in touch with the parents, whatever, but you don't need to have the internet at your hands all the time when you're 9, 10, 12 years old.
Tim
What would you do without likes?
Well, you just have to try to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. See if you can get by without them.
Minute Poll Eligible says, I listen every day, but it's only because I hate myself.
Oh,
That's a
Matt,
nice twist.
now there's
That's
a
a
little
nice
of that,
twist.
too.
All right.
I hate listening to this show, but when Tim talks, it gets my pant going. That's from Mr. Siders.
Another emotion.
Yeah.
And a biological byproduct to boot.
I hate a lot of things, but I love pails, balds, and olds, so I love you guys. That's from the 618. How about that?
We got all of that.
What do you
He
do?
loves the balds.
Yeah.
We got all that.
Yeah.
There was a
One-stop shop.
There was a producer Pat moment on the show before us, and they were talking about how he had a glare off his head and he was blinding everyone. And I said, what is it with the producers having a glare? And I don't know if it was from outside light, but they said he had to put on a hat because he was giving off a glare. So maybe it's a producer
I can
thing.
It's the
sympathize.
window right here.
Oh, yeah.
I horny listen? That's from the 314?
Well,
I've never heard. Did they discuss that phenomenon?
It did not come up.
Not from what I heard.
that the same guy who likes the olds, the pails, and the balls?
Different guy. That's horny listening right there.
It's got me going.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, heating and cooling email today. Martin, you know anything about Design Air? I think you do.
Love Design Air, not just a company you can count on today, tomorrow, next week. They're going to be here for a long time. Been doing this for more than a century. Design Air, fourth generation now. Family-run business. Seth Goldcamp in charge, and Doug knows from the other day. They came right out to get him back up and running. They've been doing this so long. We get to hear from people who've had great experiences with Design Air because when they come out, they get the air conditioning working again without trying to upsell you something. Just get the repair done. Maybe it's Larry. Doesn't matter who it is. They got a great team at Design Air. They're the longest-running sponsor of TMA. You can support them by going to designairservice.com. All your heating and cooling needs year-round. Make sure it's a company you can count on, a St. Louis-based, family-owned company. But on top of that, somebody you can count on for great service. Employees love working there. They've won awards for that as well. So they love working there. They love coming into your home, taking good care of you. It's designairservice.com.
Design Air, sponsor of our email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way at approximately 10:45 on the Stiefel Dossier. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Yes, Doug. Now, is this in sync or Justin Timberlake? That's what you got to ask yourself.
I haven't asked myself that at all.
I'm not going to chime in because Jackson will tisk me.
Yeah, you guys are sideways.
This is Justin Timberlake.
Hell. It's Teammate 101 ESPN. I was listening to the SVP podcast this morning, and they were raging about how it's in the South, apparently, where schools are starting so soon. And Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve were making that observation that what in the world is going on, because for them, as Northerners, the idea that school is starting. My son is starting tomorrow, and I guess a bunch of schools are starting up this week. Mm-hmm. And if not this week, then next week. But up north, apparently they start later. Hell, I don't know. I'm just telling you, because I thought that might have been like a federal government thing to start school earlier.
School always started for me pretty much around this time.
August 13th?
Maybe a week
you
later.
You horse plowing me?
Maybe a week later, but
well,
not
that's
much.
material.
Yeah. But we would always get out third week of May, which I would always prefer.
When's your son starting, man?
Well, Carson, CBC orientation for freshmen last week.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, August 6th for orientation.
God,
school starts
really
on the 14th. Grade school starts tomorrow, August 15th, which is it's way
August
too
13th.
early. 13th, sorry, yes. So this week, I think most kids, Catholic, private, whatever, I think are in school this week. It's way too early. Give it another week would be fine.
I think they did that to get the entire first semester in before the Christmas break, so that you didn't go most of the year and then get 2 weeks for Christmas and then come back and do another 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. I think they want to get the whole semester in before you take that break.
How about this? I don't know if somebody can validate it, but from Gateway Dream Fields, Missouri passed a law that you can't start public school before 2 weeks of Labor Day.
Interesting.
I guess it was getting so early that they actually were starting to tend to it in Jefferson City, Doug.
When we were kids, it did seem like Labor Day was kind of the benchmark, like right around Labor Day.
Was always, the day after was always the first day.
You were getting ready, or maybe you'd go late August, and then that first weekend was Labor Day. You got a little bit of a break. I guess we went later into the summer. The upside is then your kids are done mid to late May.
Yeah. I always went the day after Labor Day to Memorial Day was usually it.
Yeah, correct.
But the problem with starting so early is if your school doesn't have really good air conditioning, you can roast in August.
Yeah.
Cats and dogs. Chairman Stephen Wildwood says that's why it was always a good time to go to Hilton Head late May, early June, because none of the people from up north were out of school yet, so it wasn't as crowded. That's Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Vacation tips, Doug.
Okay.
Some schools around ATL started last week way too early. That's from Alan. He's in Dadeville, and he loves the Georgia Bulldogs.
I guess if you're going to complain that it's way too early, you probably didn't complain that you got out in early May, middle of May. You're probably fine with that. You're going to go the same amount, whether it starts middle of August or 1st of September.
The next week would be August 18th, 19th, 20th. That's a little more reasonable, I feel like. Then again, Tim, you'll find they get a little older, like, get them back in school. Let's get them back in a routine here. Get them out of the house. I mean, love them, of course.
The state law is correct. This was to prevent conflicts with the Missouri State Fair.
Oh, come on.
Doug.
Come on.
It's Sedalia? 314. Early school hurts tourism. August is still the dead of summer here. May is crap weather here usually. It's some beer cats. Got to tell you, in 2025, that was absolutely the case. May was garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but usually late May is
glorious, but around here it was rough.
It was brutal this year.
And it was rainy as hell in April, right?
Yeah. I always preferred to be out of school by the end of May because I always enjoyed the weather more in the end of May than I did in the middle of August.
Yeah.
So I never had an issue with that. Well, what am I talking about? I hated going back to school. But
it was the worst day of the year by far.
And then you get to college and it's the best day of the year.
Yeah, I can't wait to go.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to go a week early.
It flips just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Kirkwood starts the 19th. That seems okay. Thanks. That's from the 314.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's a little more reasonable.
I agree with you on that. Hey, Kay Adams is at the Chiefs camp talking it over with Andy Reid. Hey, Kay, friend of the program. Doug got sideways with over Brian Hartline.
Well, she gave me bad advice, I think.
On fantasy football segments. Hey, Kay Adams. What are the Chiefs? Chiefs are in St. Joseph, Missouri. Martin?
They still do the old getaway. I like that. What's it, about an hour outside of Kansas City? Hour to the north?
Home of Liberty. Is it Liberty? No, what's
Liberty University?
It's William Jewell.
Yeah,
William
couldn't get
Jewell
in.
College.
I like that. The old
William
getaway.
In Northwest Missouri State.
When the Rams started doing it in Earth City, it just didn't seem the same. It didn't feel like
Macomb. You missed the karaoke.
Yeah. Well, I also at the time you had pagers and cell phones sort of in the early days, and it just seemed like the newsroom could never quite get a hold of me. Up there it was hard to reach.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nice. Just did your thing. I mean, not that I wasn't looking to file many reports.
St. Gabriel starts next week. That's the right answer. That's from the 314. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Martin, I know you have onboarding to tend to. It should be a fun one today. I know Tuesday onboarding is always the best day of the week for onboarding.
It's a big PowerPoint.
Get into month 10 of onboarding.
Yeah. I feel like I could run this place.
Then we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at approximately 10:45. Send yours in to compete. You get Stiefel Classic tickets. Is that right, Pappas? That's still going on? Or was that just last week?
It's absolutely still going on, yeah.
The Stiefel Charity
All
Classic.
this week, yeah. 2 all-inclusive tickets to the day of your choice. Includes includes VIP
You're watching
parking.
Jackson's eyes
food
on
and
YouTube
beverages.
right now.
Okay. All right.
That's the word I got.
Okay.
Boy, Martin, there's a lot. You might want to stick around for the next segment. There was a lot. You thought there was tension between you and Jackson. The tension between Jackson and Doug.
You may want to raise your chair another notch to look down on Dougie.
No problem.
Hey, you might win a prize. Hell, we don't know.
I got that email that said that's it.
Does it have an end date by chance?
It says...
Tim, just give him $10.10.
We'll do it live.
Please mention this week the winner of the email of the day will get 2 all-inclusive tickets to the day of their choice. That includes VIP parking, food, and beverages.
But didn't you get that email last week?
No, I got this email this morning.
Okay.
You want to apologize to Doug?
No.
I think he's deserved.
I'm going to get in the car and hate listen.
No repeat winners. No repeat winners.
That's right. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family owned and locally owned and operated for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and make a great living. That's passed along to the customers who do business with them. Go on line right now. You're going to get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Just go to igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. You can come in and talk to the people at Michael's. You're going to see a difference. They have 3 locations in the St. Louis area. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. And you can find out more at igotfloored.com. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product, as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. Go online at igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night over the Colorado Rockies. They take on the Rockies again this evening at 6:45 p.m. with Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, have you seen this trending on TikTok?
I have
this summer?
not. What is this?
Jackson will tell you.
This is Kids by, at the time, they just went by The Management, but they now go by MGMT. There's two guys in college who are essentially playing on a card table with their turntables, and they play this song, Kids, their first big hit, and it was like in front of 80 people tops. And it's a pretty awesome video because this song is huge.
Are they doing the singing?
Yes.
No. And it's big on TikTok.
Well, this song came out a long while ago, but the video from, I think, like 2003 is resurfaced. And people are like... It's the same thing with Chappell Roan's Pink Pony Club when she played it like outside of Lollapalooza, like just on a little keyboard.
Yeah.
And then like 4 or 5 years later is playing it in front of 60,000 people.
Okay.
Only what you need.
He's dancing over there, Tim.
Yeah, he is. This guy
How
head
can you
bobs.
not?
I'm rolling balls.
Oh,
so
you really?
So I'm clenching my teeth. Watch this. I'm clenching my teeth. My spine's tingling. And I feel like your skin would be soft if I were to touch it.
I don't think I even know what rolling balls means.
Shut that off.
Wow. I'm honest. I don't know.
Yeah, honesty in media. That's the nom de plume for this program. It's also called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Martin has left for onboarding. Chairman Kurt has slid into the dais here, and you're welcome to participate in the program by calling 314-974-0101. That's Callier and Thompson, sponsor the phone lines, or by texting in 314-399-9646. And then what we have coming up is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Jackson and Doug, a lot of tension, a lot of yelling in the commercial break over whether or not we're giving away these Stiefel Classic tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I'm none the wiser.
Okay.
We are.
Yes!
We are.
Yes, we are.
Sorry, Doug. I apologize. I did not mean to.
Look at that.
To question.
Well, I got the email just today.
Right. No.
Now Doug's dunking on you, even though you
I
apologized.
know. Yeah, it's a little like,
It's
geez,
okay.
hand the
It's
football
okay.
back to the ref there, guy.
Matthew Liberatore is going to get the ball tonight, Doug, against Kyle Freeland. Cardinals, essentially, you got to bet $200 to win 100. That's how big of a favorite they are over the Rockies, whose right fielder last night took a rather casual approach to Brendan Donovan's ball in the corner.
It's okay.
And then
We like that.
Kind of double pumped before throwing it to the cutoff man, who then threw home with some urgency. Too late. Cardinals take the lead. They win. They're 3 back of a playoff spot in 2025. Matthew Liberatore, perhaps if the Cardinals did play a best of 3 against the Dodgers, which is what it would be if they got into the 6th seed, at least if the thing started today, would he be your Game 2 starter?
You'd have to be, right?
Right?
Probably
Who else?
so.
You can't go Palante. He's too hit or miss. Certainly can't go Mikolas.
Mikolas would probably be 3. Here, McGreevy.
Yeah,
I bet they'd give it to
Mikolas.
Jackson, the facial expression, again, you got to watch on YouTube. The facial expression Jackson gave off was the same one I gave off when my doctor told me at 13 years old, you're done growing.
Oh.
He kind of looked to the side, and you could see a little tear form in his right eye.
When he's home, he's a good pitcher. It's on the road when he gets knocked around.
Now I have a mental image of Tim being told that, sitting there in his
At 13,
thriller
they
jacket.
told you that?
Sitting there in his thriller jacket.
How would they know at age 13?
How will I ever kiss a girl, Doc?
Still went out for football, though, bless your soul.
Thank you so much, 5'2", 100 pounds.
He said sports talk radio is in your future there, young man. It's going to be your best bet. Yeah, that's got to be tough. Yeah, well, I'm just telling you, that's...
5'2" and 100. Glad you can play some football.
Left tackle.
Oh, and he had the nerve to cut you
Thank you.
from a non-cut sport.
Thank you.
Think what the helmet looked like on Tim as he went out
is that a lopsided joke? Now we're doing a height joke and lopsided
the
joke?
lopsided would be the least of your
What's
concerns.
next? Abrasive personality?
That would have helped you on the gridiron.
It would have, and studying the playbook.
That's what they didn't understand is how scrappy you were.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just give you the chance.
Thank you.
Maybe
I
you
was
could
the
have
Danny Amendola of the U-High.
You could have made a little jitterbugging scat back.
That would have been like a little Darren Sproles back there against Hazelwood East.
There was one play where Danny Amendola came across the middle. I think it was against Oakland because I remember him being in the baseball diamond, and a middle linebacker just picked him up over his head and slammed him in the ground like he was trying to break up a bag of ice. Like it was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. Poor guy.
Cardinals versus Dodgers series is the same as the local Kirkwood 8 p.m. softball league playing 9 Shohei Ohtanis. We are cooked. That's from Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer.
They just beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3 in L.A. So why would it be such a mismatch? I mean, it is on paper, of course, but we just got proven in a 3-game series that on any given day they can play with those guys or any other team in the major leagues.
So you're telling Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer to look up and believe?
I am.
Nice.
I mean, no one's going to have the Cardinals picked as a favorite, of course. Everyone's going to think the Dodgers will roll over them, but it's just, hell, we's on scholarship too.
Nice.
There's no way you could look at that matchup and say, yeah, the Cardinals will win this series. You wouldn't have looked at the series last week and said, sure, the Cardinals will take 2 out of 3, and yet it happens.
Fight. Cardinals. Beat. Rockies. Fight. Cardinals. Beat. Rockies. Go. Fight. Win.
Win.
Cardinals.
If we could just get hot.
A guy like Liberatore, if he can continue on a good run like he has, that would be very encouraging for the future.
Sure.
Homegrown, he traded for, but more homegrown than a lot of their pitching has been in a while.
Guys, Doug is a shining light of Redbird optimism. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
Well, I would rather remain optimistic and hope that every night could lead to something and that this all might have a happy way to end the season. I don't want to sit here and hope that they lose just to say, see, they did it all wrong.
I still do not believe that this is a great baseball team, and I don't know what could possibly change my mind over the next, 2 months and 4 weeks. But I would love to be proven wrong. With that said, it was nice to tune into the game last night and go, I hope they can win this thing, as opposed to going, oh boy, I'll see what's doing on 30 for 30 with ESPN.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, at least there's something going on.
Yeah, nobody thinks they're a great team. Nobody thinks they're a championship caliber team. But the reality is they're 2 over 500 now, and if they could get to 8 games over 500 by the end of the year, they might be in the playoffs.
8 games over 500 would be, I am sorry, I am a journalism school major who did not graduate.
Yeah.
Full transparency. Is that 85 and 77?
I didn't take any math myself.
Is that 85 and 77?
85 wins could possibly get you in.
Yes, I absolutely could.
So it's probably still too early to give up on them.
Cardinals versus the best minor league team. Who wins a best of 7? That's from Doug's Butt Hamster.
Okay, stop it, hamster butt.
Email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email is coming up here in the 10 o'clock hour of the program's TMA. It's presented by Brown & Krugman, 101 ESPN.
By now, you are no doubt familiar with the name Stiefel. They sponsor everything, including the award-winning broadcast dossier of this program right here. But did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis has seen since the parade down Market Street in 2019? That's the Stiefel Charity Classic coming up September 4th through the 7th at Norwood Hills. Did we mention there's a concert also? OAR is performing live at the Friday night community concert presented by CarShield. That's right. Of a Revolution is bringing the good vibes, the sing-alongs, and probably a few thousand people who still know every word to Shattered. Friday tickets are $50. Golf and and OAR included. These bad boys are selling faster than a Friday foursome at the Dotem. Any kids 16 and under, active military, veterans, and first responders, you are in for free. So grab your sunscreen, your lawn chair, and your best I Totally Love Golf outfit and head to Stiefel. That's STIFEL, Stiefel Charity Classic. We will see you there. Oh, and also remember, all this week, if you win the email of the day, you get 2 all-inclusive tickets to the day of your choice. That includes VIP parking, food, and beverages. We will see you there.
What is this song about, Doug?
I don't know.
Jackson, what is this song about? Because it's referenced in Doug's live read, and it sounds like he doesn't know what he's endorsing, and that personally bothers me.
Shattered by OAR.
Right, performing the night of the Stiefel Charity Classic.
I wanted to play that since I fumbled the wonderful giveaway they're doing for our email today winner.
That was bad.
That's one we're going to,
was bad.
That's
the surprise for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Jackson yelled at Doug right on the air.
I did.
Hurt my feelings.
Couldn't be sorrier, Doug.
All right.
I'm not positive what the song's about, but I do remember having this.
It's exhausting.
I can tell you.
This All Sides album on my iPod Nano as a kid.
The singer explained that it's about blaming other people for holding yourself back and then realizing at the end that it's your own problem that's holding you back in your life.
It's a great theme.
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah, definitely had this whole album on my iPod. Back when you had to buy an album on iTunes.
The song uses the metaphor of turning the car around to represent the act of changing direction and making a conscious effort to move forward. It acknowledges the struggle of breaking free from a toxic situation and finding independence, ultimately expressing gratitude for the journey of self-discovery. How about that, Doug?
That's pretty deep.
I like that. It's a good story.
Okay.
Good theme to kind of chew on, marinate.
Okay. Sometimes I feel like they just pick the lyrics so they rhyme and they fit the music cadence and everything. But sometimes I guess there could be a deeper meaning.
I think the truly talented songwriters are the ones who can do both.
All right.
Billy Joel said he stopped writing music. You know why, Doug? You watched the HBO documentary, didn't you?
Yeah. He stopped writing it for what purpose? I forget.
He did not want to be a slave to the rhyme.
Oh. Okay.
Interesting.
He had stories he wanted to tell, but he did not want to make them rhyme. And it exhausted him to the point that I don't believe he's written a new song that he's released since, was it 92?
I don't know the years, Tim.
93. I know he had Turn the Lights Back On that he performed at the Grammys in 2024, but that was not written by Billy Joel.
There's a lot of songs now where the words don't actually rhyme. They're just kind of close. It's close to a rhyme.
Sounds like you're going after Marshall Mathers.
It's not a real rhyme.
He was kind of he would always talk about that. Like, it doesn't, like, the thing about you can't rhyme anything with orange. He's like, I can do it. It's just not going to actually rhyme. It's going to sound close enough, though.
Right.
Is this the song Jackson listened to after he watched Boone County Tech suffer another first-round loss while wearing his laser cap? That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite. And, Doug, it's an unfortunate reference, I believe, to the Wichita State game, which I drove to with my son and my wife for his spring break trip, which he will never forget.
He was upset by it?
Not really, honestly. But he got into the game in the second half when the Fighting Tigers were trying to mount a comeback. I didn't know Jackson was wearing a laser cap. I thought you were lying. I thought you were lying.
You don't have to wear that for like 12 minutes, right? Or 6 or 12? What is it? How long do you wear that thing?
South of 12, north of 5.
Okay. You could have just told me the number of minutes.
Yeah, give me a number between 1 and 10. I mean, is that what it's gotten to? But I didn't know they call it Boone County Tech.
I don't know.
Do you tell people you went to Boone County Tech?
No. I'll say it again. I said it earlier in the program. I would rather get my heart broken year in and year out, false hope, this or that, than not have a team to root for. And I think that stems from the Rams leaving. How, I'd rather have the worst team in the league and have them in town perpetually.
Oh, for sure.
Than lose them, so.
Amen, Papers.
So
it's like Tommy Fleetwood saying on Saturday before he blew up again on Sunday. I'd rather have the opportunity and lose than not have the opportunity at all.
Yeah, or Miles Mikolas on this show on Friday saying, it's still, it sucks when I play bad, but I'm really glad and thankful to still be a big leaguer.
You look at what the direction of this downtown St. Louis area just since the Rams moved out.
Right.
Not that was the only factor, but it was a big factor.
Yeah, no, it's just like when you lose a team, especially I love the Rams and had a very formative time in my life, and they leave, I am going to hold on even tighter to the teams that I still have.
Yeah.
Guys, I think Billy Joel hated We Didn't Start the Fire. Thanks. That's from Thanks, Dad.
I don't understand that. I only listen to the acoustic sessions version, the original version.
That's correct. I saw Billy Joel doing an interview about it, and he thought it was kind of hack.
But did he write it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess
he's just not proud of it.
Yeah. I bet there was.
He doesn't like, she's always a woman or just the way you are. I don't know which one it is, but I think it's because it's about his first wife, if I'm not mistaken.
He started young, though, right? Like, he was a young man
Took him a while to get going big, though.
Okay. Well, I think it would be like if you are someone who lasts 30, 40 years and your start, like as you grow into a more mature age, you probably look back on the stuff you wrote at the very beginning of your career and be like, wow, I have grown a lot since then.
Yeah. Even if you didn't like a song like the ones he apparently didn't like, he probably still liked the $80 million he got from each one.
I would imagine.
Probably still enjoyed that.
Downtown took a huge hit when Doug moved the Four Fox to Westport. That's from the 314. So you moved KMOV?
Pretty
and when
much.
you moved it, that's when downtown took a turn?
Pretty much by myself. To a lot of packing involved. There's a lot of things that have departed downtown St. Louis since the Rams left.
The loser doggy fans say that same junk when someone criticizes the team or management. Can't we just be happy we have a team and a pretty stadium rather than expecting a competitive product? That's from the Golden Hoosier Shoe.
I think you can do
always
both.
mad.
You think you can do both. But what are you, the fan, to do? You know, start throwing tomatoes at the front office? Like yes, you can be upset that the product on the field isn't great, but also understand that things are cyclical, and just because they're bad now doesn't mean they're going to be bad forever. See the Detroit Lions, you know?
No, don't tell me what to see.
I'm not saying be, complacent with, a mediocre product, but also, again, what are you, the fan, to do?
Yeah, is this guy saying we just assume not have a team now that they're bad?
I have to tell you that I actually enjoy the rebuild process. I realize that kind of makes me a sports sicko, nerd, whatever. But I enjoy it's kind of like when, although I don't do it, I think you and Chairman Kurt, right? Both play with college football.
Yeah.
Like you build the team. So I kind of like seeing that and
the
seeing
process.
I like the process. I think that might be why I've been irritated by the Cardinals, because they didn't really start the process. They didn't really have the plan. They weren't executing anything. And so it's just been stagnant. If I'm attempting to psychoanalyze my frustration, I think that might be at the root of it, but I don't mind it, because then when they arrive and some will take and some will not, you're rewarded. I mean, in the early 1990s, the Cardinals were kind of in a similar spot. You just didn't have 12 teams in the playoffs. You only had 4. And so they were really not within shouting distance of the Pirates, certainly in 90. They finished in last place, 91, 92, and then the Phillies in 93. They probably would have gone to the playoffs at least a couple of those years, I think, with what it is now. But those years are now viewed as failures because they didn't go to the playoffs, but the playoffs didn't include, whatever the hell it is, 45% of the league. But you saw them start to introduce Ray Lankford, Brian Jordan, Todd Zeal, and then a few years later, those guys, minus Zeal, Dimitri Young, came to bring them within a win of the World Series against the Yankees. So I kind of like that. And
Don't sleep on Donovan Osborne.
Donovan Osborne was sweating in the minor leagues. You're right. You're right.
Doug's work husband.
Doug's work husband.
He was playing for the team.
Tell those fake, whack-ass fans to go shove it. All people want to do is complain. That's from It's Your Boy, Fuzz.
Yeah. They do a lot of that.
I can be happy about the team's existence and disappointed in the team's performance. That's from the Golden Hoosier Shoe.
1,000%. That's the logic.
Right.
That's absolutely the case. That's a blanket statement across all sports.
Hey, Papers, the Lions took about 50 years to get good again. Maybe that's not the right cycle. Do better.
Gosh.
That's from Doug's legs akimbo.
They're still mad.
Okay.
That's how Jackson's... By 10 o'clock, you're worn down. You're like a fighter.
Like a nub. Time after everything I say. You dumbass. Bad example. Although it worked perfectly for what you were saying.
I am watching Quarterback on Netflix.
So it's Joe Burrow,
Jared Goff,
Kirk Cousins.
And then I will be pivoting to. You don't like it, Sherman Kirk?
I don't like Kirk Cousins.
Oh, got it.
Why?
What I was asking the audience, for those of you who have watched both, the SEC show, what's that titled?
Any Given Saturday?
Any Given Saturday?
Gabe is what's called.
And quarterback, which one did you enjoy more? Have you enjoyed more? Because I don't think they've released all the Any Given Saturdays, right? They're releasing them once a week.
Yeah, right.
I'm curious on that because I have not started that. And I watch Hard Knocks. And they got the Bills this year. Certainly built around the MVP. But the Bills still do the Macomb thing, Doug. They go to Rochester and stay in dorms. So you got Josh Allen and his 9-figure net worth putting 2 twin beds together so he can fit.
Yeah, I don't really get why they still do that.
I don't either.
It's such a hassle.
I'm surprised the NFLPA hasn't.
Really,
seriously.
Got every bit of equipment you could possibly need at Rams Park, or I'm sure wherever the Bills practice during the regular season. Why they see so much value into driving a couple hours away.
I get the idea of like everyone together, like locked in, like you're spending all this time with your teammates, you're away from any distraction, but you could have nicer facilities than a dorm, as Tim just said. Josh Allen worth all that money, married to Haley Steinfeld, but he has to sleep in a twin bed in Rochester for a couple weeks.
Email in. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up, and you're going to get Stiefel Classic tickets for the Win Plus VIP parking. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
in the fan cave, ripping birds on the bat. Rest of the league, man, they can't handle that. Our wrecking crew's gonna make the ball go splat. Your team, dude, is gonna need another pitcher stat. 11-11, now it's 12-12. Riley Squirrels last year, put him on the shelf. This year it's Matty Freeze, Craig, and Beltran. We've got the best ever, talking about Stan the Man. I go from the monster to the home run slide. Not wearing a
How does this
cap,
guy get
just
you
on the
fired
side.
up?
Another
It does.
World Series
It
ring is
really
all I wanna
does.
see now.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. If you're not fired up, could be a symptom of low testosterone. Low energy, low motivation. You're tired all the time. Weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat. You're feeling anxious, moody, irritable. Those are symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. And Mentality separates itself from anybody else because they focus on free testosterone levels. Many doctors are overlooking free testosterone. Free testosterone ensures your treatment is tailored to your body, and energy can come roaring back. Belly fat can burn off, muscle can strengthen. You feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. The treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule, and it's fast, easy, and safe. If you are interested in getting tested at Mentality, and I have been tested at Mentality, it's super easy, in and out in 20 minutes. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. To find out more information, you get a discount or a limited time offer at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today that is coming up here in a matter of moments. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Jackson, ESPN has just posted a Gallup poll. This is exclusively for you. They are asking the question, best helmet in college football. This guy is a uniform authority, and it's an honor to have him on our dais to answer this question. My pleasure to turn it over to Jackson Burkett, who also hosts Movie Boy.
Oh, man. What a question. Well, there's two schools of thoughts on this. There's the classic helmets. Teams
Missouri's?
Which
one? Missouri wears 8 different helmets.
Doug is actually, I'm rarely on uniform side with Doug, but very much so here. Which one are you talking about? Because that's a major. But like Penn State is a classic. Notre Dame is a classic. USC is a classic. Michigan, Ohio State. Any helmet that has stickers all over it is automatically disqualified for me. So sorry, Michigan and Ohio State.
They're out.
We're not in the second grade doing finger painting projects. Why are there
stickers that Michigan has on their helmet?
They wear stickers on their helmet.
Well, anyone that has a logo, that's a sticker.
No,
Not
but
that.
like
the Buckeyes.
like it's like a good work in practice. You get another sticker on your helmet.
I haven't noticed those
Grow
on
up.
Michigan
Buckeyes, Stargell Star.
Yeah,
I've seen them on Ohio State helmets for years.
Michigan has it too.
Do they?
Yeah.
So your verdict is?
Give me USC. Give me the Trojan helmet.
Wow, fight on.
Yeah, something about that color red is like, to me.
What color red is that, boy? Is
like
that city red?
Scarlet? Certainly not, but it's a little different than Scarlet because I would say Ohio State kind of has a monopoly on Scarlet. Them and Rutgers, the inventor of college football.
Greg Schiano?
College football started at Rutgers.
I understand, but Greg Schiano.
Shout out to Greg Schiano. And all of our
He didn't start it.
All of our friends in Piscataway. But I like USC's helmet a lot. Like
Doug,
that
where are you
color
going?
red is really cool to me.
You're going fight on.
Yeah.
For me, it's between Michigan and Notre Dame.
Notre Dame's a good call.
I'm going to say Michigan because that's the most different.
And
It's
you love
iconic.
Vianney.
I've never really noticed the stickers in the back. They don't bother me. I just think that's the most iconic helmet maybe out there. I'd say Michigan.
Because Missouri doesn't wear the anthracite one with the tiger with the feather anymore, I don't think it's eligible.
All right.
My answer before any of you boy whores answered was the Fightin' Irish. I guess, I don't know why. Oh, we were watching Catholics versus Convicts.
That was the
30
Miami
for
game.
30.
Miami, another great helmet.
Yeah, that is a nice play.
Yeah.
And the Fightin' Irish was taking the field, and I said to my son, I said, boy, how about those uniforms, brother? And he continued to not pay attention.
Oh.
Yep. But, man, you see those versus, take your pick of some of the slap-ass uniforms that come out in 2025. I'll take that any day of the week. Hey, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today coming your way. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I think you know Seth Goldcamp, don't you? Because he was at your house. Remember with Larry the Silver Fox was at your house this weekend when the air conditioning went out?
It wasn't Larry or Seth. It was the Dashing Steve. He was at my house because the air co went dead Saturday, and the house got up to about 85 degrees or so. And so by now, we all know who to call. When that happens, you call Design Air. That's what I did. Seth Goldcamp and his team will take great care of you, as they did for me. My problem was the old run capacitor. The old run capacitor went out, and that's like the equivalent of a battery in a car. It kind of keeps it helps the air conditioner start up. It keeps it running all the time. And when that goes, you got no air co at all. You know who diagnosed that? The dashing Steve. He did it quickly.
This Steve.
Yeah. Design Air's been doing this since 1904. That's how long they've been around. Seth Goldcamp and his team believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis summer heat or the cold, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. That'd be smart to schedule it. Then maybe they can catch a bad run capacitor before it dies on you. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. Home with a handsome repairman, featuring Larry, the Silver Fox.
There it is. Design Air, sponsor of the email today, coming your way next here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night over the Rockies, taking on Colorado again this evening, 6:45 p.m. First pitch at Busch Stadium. Matthew Liberatore toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Retail, not the kid from Home Improvement. Boom. Yeah, Billy Joel heard this at 88, changed the lyrics, and then put it on the Stormfront album, Doug.
Did he? This guy had it first then.
That's correct.
Okay.
These guys, acoustic sessions. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Stiefel Classic tickets, including VIP parking, the prize here for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. There's no I in Tim. Ha, joke. There is, and he deserves it because I think he is awesome. That's I'd rather email in about how amazing Tim is than not email in at all. Well, I was standing on a corner in Sunset Hills, Missouri. Such a fine sight to see. It's a man, my lord, with a LeBaron-soaked dashboard, so down to take a look at me. Well, we were running down the road trying to loosen my load while he held me from... Nope, right there.
Kevin Miller.
For the
That's
record,
actually it. You read it?
Yeah.
Not the filtered file for the record, but
yeah. But
Kevin Miller with a poor email.
I love Doug's folky optimism regarding the Cardinals, hoping that just maybe there is a chance that they could do something great. That is why we listen to this here program each and every day. This show always leads me to new endeavors. Like today, I learned that Tom Thibodeau's birthday is January 17th, and no one can take that away from me now. The hate listening is because we need to be able to overcome adversity and struggle, getting back to our survival instincts. Just like my mom told the hiring manager at my recent job interview. Doug, that's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of maybe having tickets for winning contests, but maybe not. We are not sure if it's the prize.
Shooter McGavin, we are not sure if it's the prize.
Hey, boys, not much to say, but I do have a concern. Jackson, are you okay, buddy?
Oh, yeah.
You don't seem to be yourself this week. Angrier than normal. Short with the listeners. Lack self-care, i.e. wrinkled shirt. Do you need to get something off your chest? I'm offering my ear to listen. No judgment or opinions, just a friend to hear your woes. We all have our problems in life. Tim's unbearable beauty. Martin's dry sense of humor. Doug's, well, punctuality. And Chairman Kurt. Wait, I can't seem to find a flaw in the chairman, but sometimes just talking out our issues lifts great weights off our chests. Reach out, Jackson. We listeners are here for you and care for our little movie
you're
boy.
here for me.
Oh, gosh.
After all, we pick on the ones we love the most. Always listening. That's from Fastlane, you Phil.
Fastlane, you Phil.
I like him as an emailer, so.
You're on board. Sounds like he's the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, he gaslit me, but that's okay.
Fourth grade club soccer tryouts last night at the St. Alphonsus of the Blessed Adidas Copa Mundial. Thank you. Complex. And the sideline was already 3 folding chairs deep, like some sort of suburban Vatican. Moms had ring lights clipped to their Stanley Cups, and dads were wearing their old Sambas. Parker's dad was pacing the field perimeter, explaining triangle offense to a kid wearing Lightning McQueen Crocs and black denim jeans.
Ooh.
My neighbor swears she saw his wife at First Watch in St. Charles using a coupon. I'm not sure what's going on there. Bruxton and Declan's mom arrived in Matt G-Wagon again, parked on the grass, hazards flashing. She's got matching monogrammed headbands on the boys. Everyone pretends not to notice her Android phone. They own 3 different billboards in I-64, so something is definitely up if she's using poor person technology. Oliver's mom's rolled up in their other Subaru Outback, doors barely unlocked before he was dumped onto the turf like a paratrooper. He was wearing one of his mom's old field hockey skirts. Poor kid.
Skirts.
Then his mom's popped the hatchback and prepared for war, ball bags slung over their shoulders, coaching clipboards in hand, wearing full shin guards and PPE eyewear just in case. The bigger one never stops shouting, "Hustle up, man!" Doug, that's Riot's dad. Blue ribbon school helpful.
Ryan's dad.
Riot's
dad. Blue ribbon school hopeful.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation when some jabroni that nobody here knows tries to book guests that nobody here wants to hear from and feels free to drop in at any time and see how long you can stay on the air while word vomiting the most boring, inane facts about Milwaukee. While Libby Jack's wrinkled t-shirt dog hater is asleep at the buzzer. Get this mother effer off the air. Seriously, Keith needs to jump off that bridge to nowhere. The guy makes Pestis sound like Costas. Speaking of the blind man from the taint of Jefferson County, I thought he brought it strong with his most recent call as he treated the audience to his performance crying, nearly dropped an S-bomb, and most importantly, he asked the question everyone in St. Louis was buzzing about all weekend: why doesn't Jackson like dogs? Now, on Friday, we heard Movie Boy, who for some reason still has not found the time to watch Best in Show, despite it only being 90 minutes, confessed, "I do not know how to react when someone tells me their dog died," end quote, with the cold-hearted delivery of a psychopath. If you go back and pause the YouTube stream, you can see the horror in Doug's eyes while Tim is just smiling in disbelief that his boy producer is going full-on heel. For the record, Jackson, you say, "I'm sorry for your loss," and offer some kind of empathy as opposed to asking your friend, "What does your dead dog have to do with missing our tea time?" That's from Buck Swope DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. What you got?
Those were good ones. I was leaning towards Kevin Miller, but I'm going to go with Fast Lane. You Phil. I forgot the Blue Ribbon School hopeful.
Riot's
dad.
Who are you voting for?
I'm voting for Riot. I had to scribble notes here. Riot's dad. Blue Ribbon School hopeful.
Get here on time tomorrow. This won't happen. I'll take Phil.
Give me Shooter McGavin.
Riot's dad, Blue Ribbon School hopeful, has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Keep an eye out for that Subaru Outback and also that Matt G-Wagon parking on the grass. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.